Welcome back to another episode of The Perspective. I am your host, Brooklyn 80s. And we're going to be talking a little bit about my takeaways, my thoughts on what I've seen from the first preseason game and just like the training camp vibe so far. But we get into that though. Listen, make sure everybody subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Know what I'm saying? Rock with your boy. If you're watching this on the playback, holla at me in the comments. You already know I'm gonna talk back. And yeah, man, let's get into it. Let's have a good show. Let's discuss the early, what we've seen so far in one game and what I'm looking forward to seeing in game 2 in the preseason. Few things, some positives, some negatives I want to go over. Couple things that I saw. I'm gonna just list some things, and this is the beginning of the show. I don't like to get too in depth in the beginning. I like to let people pile in here, so I'm gonna just list some things, and we'll get more in depth in it a little bit later into the show. One thing that I've noticed, the starting lineup that they came out with, I like that starting lineup. I like Kia Nurse in the starting lineup, so that was a positive sign. I like where Angel was attacking the basket at the top of the key. One thing that I was a little bit nervous about watching Unrivaled was Angel going to be in the paint? Was Angel and Kamilla going to be clogging up each other's space in the paint? Because and Unrivaled, Angel was in the paint a lot, so a pleasant surprise for me. One thing that I was happy about seeing was where Angel was at on the floor. It gave Kamilla space, it gave Angel space, and then obviously you just put shooters around them. You know what I'm saying? Paige was good. Was good, Paige? Paige, I need your IG or something so I could drop the link for you. Certain people that I appreciate their takes, I usually give them the link beforehand. So I definitely need your IG or something so I could drop you the link. J Spot, what's up? Me and J Spot been trying to link for a minute. But these YouTube streets, sometimes your schedule be conflicting. So I'm happy to see J Spot touching down. Hopefully we can get her opinion on what she saw. In a little while, I'm gonna drop the link for people. But yeah, make sure y'all hitting that like button. That as y'all on the way in, make sure y'all hitting the like. If you new to this channel, it's your first time coming across me, make sure you subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Once again, my name is Brooklyn 80s. I happen to be a New Yorker, but I'm a players guy. So Angel Reese made me a Chicago Sky fan, so I support the Sky. You feel me? Shout out to the Liberty. That's my hometown team. I might be a supporter of them this year too. I'm gonna watch them from afar. I'm gonna watch some other teams. I got, my team is the Chicago Sky, but I think I'm gonna have some other teams I'm rooting for this year because I like a lot of the rookies who got drafted. I'm a huge Isaiah James fan. J Spot says, work. I feel you, man. Work too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really, full disclosure, people, I really didn't feel like doing this live tonight because I'm I don't even know if I should tell y'all this story, but fuck it, I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'm gonna tell y'all this story. So me and my girl, we go watch Sinners. Me and my girl go watch Sinners on Saturday. I think it was Saturday night. And you know how it is when you just watch something that's fresh in your brain. Anybody, you know, I don't want to spoil you anything about Sinners. If anybody ain't go see it, it's good. But it's a good movie. It's a good movie, but it got, like, you know, some horror scenes in there. The movie wasn't really that scary to me. It did give me one jump scare. I was surprised because of things that you would have thought made you jump didn't make me jump, but one thing did make me jump. Let's just say when Michael B. Jordan bust out the room. If anybody saw the movie, when Michael B. Jordan bust out the room and ran outside, I wasn't expecting that, so that kind of made me jump a little bit. But anyway, make a long story short, me and my girl that night around 3 a.m. when we sleeping, somebody come banging on my door, like the police, or like they try to break in. So we both wake up, and, you know, I'm thinking, you know, my girl nervous. She thinking, like, she don't know what it is. She don't know if it's, you know, demons and, you know what I mean, from the movie and shit, or somebody trying to break in. I'm thinking more cautiously. I'm thinking like, yo, like, why? I'm like, yo, who this trying to line me? Like, somebody trying to line me? Like, you know what I mean? I'm thinking all types of things. You know what I mean? I done heard so many stories about, you know, God rest, damn, I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but New York rapper, damn, drawing a blank on his name. But anyway, God rest his soul. Had a breaking and entering when he was in LA, and same thing with another battle rapper, Hitman Holla, had a breaking and entering. So that's what my mind is at. I'm like, yo, niggas trying to line me, like, what's going on? Like, so me and my girl, I'm like, yo, just calm down, don't worry about it. I calm her down, she nervous. Anyway, you know, we ended up falling asleep. So because of that, now I'm thinking about it because I don't know what happened. So now the next night, I'm like, yo, somebody come to my door again. Like, you know what I mean? I'm thinking about this shit. So anyway, needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep the last 2 nights, right? Because I'm trying to figure out why was somebody banging on my door 3 a.m. You know what I mean? So today, I really didn't feel like doing no live. I'm like, I want to go to sleep, man. Fuck this shit. I don't feel like doing a live tonight. But I said, nah, I'm not going to skip no show. I said, I don't want to skip the show. You know what I'm saying? I already skipped a few shows last week. So I said, I'm gonna go live anyway. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes your mom be playing tricks on you because I'm feeling good right now. I'm straight right now. You feel me? But like before the show, I was like, I don't feel like doing it. I just want to rest. I just want to chill. And we here to talk women's basketball. So yeah, I'm gonna get into a little bit about the game that I saw and what I think they need to improve on for game 2. Yeah, this is a good movie. I don't want to say too much about it for anybody who might not have seen it. It's definitely a good movie. I would recommend you guys go watch it. I'm sure if you on social media, you done seen all of the meanings behind this and the meanings behind that. Is 100 meanings online. So I'm not gonna get into all that. I'm gonna let people watch it and you know, get your own meanings out of it. But it's definitely a good movie. Yes, pro fan hoops definitely fall through. But yeah, man, we're gonna have a good show today. I'm feeling good about this show. I got a lot to say. And one thing I'm happy because I actually wanted to, like I said, I missed a few shows last week. So I wanted to do what give some of these takes that I'm about to give a few days ago, but I haven't seen nobody give these takes. So I'm actually happy that I got a chance to wait on it and give these takes just before the next preseason game, because I want to see how the next preseason game look. You know, our next 2 preseason games is against the Minnesota Lynx. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be a tough, you know, how we want. You want to play tough teams to see where you at. So that's going to be a tough team. Brazil was cool. but Brazil wasn't really a challenge. You get what I'm saying? They really wasn't a challenge. Chicago pretty much had their way with them. Indiana pretty much blew them out. So, hopefully Brazil, when they get back to full strength, a lot of these players wasn't playing too. So hopefully when they get back to full strength, we'll see a better Brazil, because Brazil beat, a lot of people don't probably notice or don't remember this, but Brazil, they beat Angel Reese and them. The team that Angel Reese was on with Deja Kelly and Rickea Jackson, Kamilla Cardoso beat them. That's why when people be saying she trash, I'm like, she not trash. She just not an alpha personality. She need to bring that alpha out of her. But she's a leader for that Brazil team. And whenever she gets a chance to come out of her shell, she's a problem. J Spot says, I went to the game. I really like what I saw up close. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it, J Spot. In fact, I'm about to drop the link because I want to hear people's opinions, man. I'm about to drop the link. T Kamilla, that was the only team that and I was, listen, you already know I love Kamilla, but I you know what I mean? I wanted to see her go down, but I think that was AmeriCup, right? AmeriCup or something like that. J Spot says tomorrow is gonna allow us to see, it's gonna let us see a little bit more. Depends on who Minnie puts on the floor. You gave him a nickname. Who's Minnie? You gave somebody a name. Who Minnie put on the floor. T Kamilla says USC would have got gold if it wasn't for Brazil. Yeah. So shout out to Brazil. Shout out to Kamilla. You gotta give credit where credit due. Because I like a lot of those girls that was on that team. Deja Kelly was on that team. Angel Reese, Rickea Jackson. I believe Lauren Betts was on that team. I believe Charisma Osborne was on that team. The girl that left Michigan, went to Texas. She just left Texas. I can't think of her name, but her face is in my head. Oh, Minnesota. Okay. That's funny. Got you. I dropped the link in the chat. If anybody want to come up here and discuss some of these topics I got, we could definitely talk about it. But yeah, I like the starting lineup. I like where Angel Reese was at, attacking. That pass, that salute. Listen, one thing about me, y'all know I'm gonna talk my shit. T Kamilla. Yep, and that old girl that just left UCLA for Tennessee. Who just left UCLA for Tennessee? I'm not sure. I know the girl who left UCLA for USC. I'm not sure who went to Tennessee though. And Derek Grant was good. Welcome to the. Oh, Janiyah Barco. She went. Oh yeah, she did go to Tennessee. Right, I forgot about that. She did go to Tennessee. Big girl. What's up? Welcome. Skull Brain says, I want to see Kamilla fight for position. You're going to see it throughout the season. You're going to see it. She's going to definitely it's game one, but she did a lot of work in China. I think it's going to translate. So you're definitely going to see that. But anyway, listen, y'all know I love to talk my shit. You know what I mean? If I feel like I'm right about something, I'm going to say, listen, I was right about that. Or if I feel K-Stone, what's going on? If I feel strongly about a topic and nobody agree with me, I don't care. I'm gonna still say how I feel. But I also, and this is where I don't get a lot of credit, so you got to give me credit. If for the people who's not here today, or for the people who missed this, y'all could say I seen it. I was there. He will admit when he was wrong, and I was wrong about Vandersloot. I'm not gonna lie to you. Her age bothered me. Her age bothered me. Steady serving. What's going on, my brother? Vandersloot age bothered me. But the way there's only one game. But listen, the way that pass Vandersloot hit Angel with, when she came down with the like the Magic Jones. I was like, okay, Vandersloot. Okay. I might have been wrong on that one. It's all good. Sometimes we get it wrong. You feel what I'm saying? T. Kamilla says Brooklyn. So do you think Kamilla was laying off or just had a not so aggressive a good game? That's part of my notes. I'm a little bit disappointed in Kamilla. I'm not going to judge her too hard as one game, but yeah, to your point, I feel like she wasn't being aggressive. And I'm going to be honest with you. If she plays like that, then I'm wrong about what I think she's going to do this year. I got her scoring, I say 20 and 10, but people tell me 20 and 10 is too high. So I got her scoring somewhere around 17. 17 and 10 rebounds. She not going to average that playing how she played the last game. She got to play more aggressive. She got to be more in tune. David says facts. Brooks Lute is a sleeper. Yeah, listen, man. I commit when I was wrong. My brother. Anybody speak to my brother K-Sap. Tell K-Sap 80 said he was wrong about Sloot. I was wrong. Steady Servant said I said she was gonna be okay. Listen, I didn't think she was gonna be bad. I'm not for the older players, and we got a young team. I wanted us to build young. Sloot, I was wrong with. Ariel Atkins, I might have been right on. If you take a look at the game, again, this is just preseason, small sample size, but if you take a look at the game that Sonia Citron had, I don't know if that was worth the third pick. We might as well just kept the third pick, been younger, kept Sonia Citron. I love Ariel, but Sonia Citron 6'1", so she's gonna be able to play defense and she could score. She obviously showed that already on the Mystics game, but we're gonna see throughout the year. That's gonna be a conversation I'm gonna keep bringing up throughout the year. How was Sonia Citron looking? How was Ariel? Because right now, Ariel Atkins disappointing me too. She gotta step up. Ariel Atkins ain't, for what we bought her here for, she's not doing nothing. You get what I'm saying? ADP, what's going on? Listen, man, I dropped the link already. If y'all want to come up and talk, come on. I'll drop it again for the new people that just joined. And listen, if you just joined in here, make sure you hit the like button. Please hit the like button. J Spot, what's up?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you loud and clear. What's going on?
All right, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How was your day?
Long. Got another long day tomorrow, but
be like that.
I hopped on here a little bit.
Be like that sometimes. So what's your thoughts so far just on like preseason and training camp? Like just like small, like what's sticking out to you so far with Chicago? Or just in general, we could talk about the league. We don't gotta just stay on Chicago, but what's your thoughts on the training camp so far in preseason?
Right. Well, I mean, Chicago's my team, but I'm also an Aces girl, so I usually stick to those two.
Aces look good too.
Yeah. But I give everybody a chance.
Not to cut you off, let me just say this real quick. I'm on record with saying this. I got the Aces winning the draft, and so far I feel like I'm right. Like Aaliyah, Deja Kelly. Even though Deja Kelly didn't get drafted, I like that pickup. Harmony Turner. And
I don't know if Harmony's gonna make it.
You don't think so? I hope she gotta make it.
I'm hoping so, but I think Deja really showed something last game. Yeah. And Harmony didn't really get to break out like she needed to, and they're cutthroat, so I don't know how much time they have to have her get it together. Yeah. So
that's true.
That's what I think. But just as far as Chicago, I'm excited just about what I've been seeing from training camp. Everyone, all the players are kind of saying the same thing. Like, we're setting a tone this year. Yeah. It's about accountability. And both Angel and Kamilla said, like, it just feels different. It's just a different feel. Our vets are, everyone is competitive. Everyone is here to like do something. And I think last season, you did have a new coach in Teaspoon, but I think Teaspoon, although I love Teaspoon, but I think she was more trying to get them to buy into like, let's talk about life, let's talk about this, rather than, the X's and O's, and I think a lot of the vets just wasn't sure about her, and so they just didn't. They were doing what they wanted to do, and it kind of was out of whack for the team. I mean, although they didn't do horribly, I mean, they were only out of the playoffs like one spot. If Kennedy and if half the team wasn't on the bench, we would have made the playoffs. But nonetheless, I like the pickup from Tyler, obviously being an Aces girl. Shout out to Tyler. I think he's doing great so far. And then just seeing him on the floor, it's just a different Chicago. Like, we only had one shot clock violation, which we know last season that was our thing. Like, every game, 2 or 3 shot clock violations. Turnovers, we only had 8 turnovers. The team seemed to know what they were doing. They knew what plays they were running. They knew what they wanted to do when they get down the floor. They shared the ball. The pace was just, I mean, it was everything. So I'm really excited. Now, they were playing Brazil, like you said. So I just seeing them in general, it just feels a little bit different. I mean, I went and saw them last season too. So just seeing them this season, it just feels a lot different. And everyone's gotten better. Angel's better than she was last season. Camilla's better than she was last season. They have some, skin in the game now. They understand.
And our vets is better, right? We got a lot of good vets. Because remember last year, to your point, last year, a lot of those vets came off injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So
Izzy was hurt. Diamond is still hurt.
Real quick, Real Money, we can hear your background. Mute your mic. I'm gonna get to you next after she stop talking, but mute your mic right now because we can hear like everything in your background. Okay, J Spot.
Just the vets were hurt. A lot of the vets. I mean, I think our age. They said we averaged 4 years in the league was the average, and for the team last year. This season, 63 seasons in the league. So like it's totally different.
Yeah, totally
different. So I'm super excited for that. And then my aces, Jackie Young got her legs back. Chelsea Gray coming off of Unrivaled. She still thinks she in Unrivaled. She hitting shots like it's 7 seconds left in the shot clock. So I mean, I'm really excited. Asia looks better, which I don't even know how that's possible. She looks better than she did last year. Yeah. So, man, the rookies, I'm excited about the rookies we have on both Chicago and the Aces. Although I wasn't that hype over HBL coming over, but she put in work. Like, I can't deny it. Like, the girl has really improved. Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited about everybody. Really, I can't wait to see Anissa. Anissa Morrow's another one of my favorite players. Can't see what she does on Connecticut when she gets better. Sanaya. I hope Pow keeps a spot on Atlanta. I would love to see her.
Sure, her level of shooting, you need that. So I can see her having a role.
Yep. Fagan. I hope Fagan. I want to see Barker. I can't wait to see the Sparks play. See how that whole KP with the rookies and everything works out. But I'm excited about the whole league. So
I'm with you. Yeah. So your Fagan point, I think Fagan will stick as well because Cam is out. So they're gonna need somebody to help fill that big position. So that was a great pickup for them.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. So
Real money. What's going on, my brother?
We're good.
Dang shit. How you feel about the your fever looking good, man? How you feel about the fever? So far in training camp and a first preseason game or a second preseason game. They got 2.
I'm feeling they looking great.
They looking good. Talk about it. I mean, hey, listen. I ain't gonna lie. I was a little bit surprised. I mean, Caitlin wasn't playing, but still, that team's so good. They don't need Caitlin to play.
Yeah,
to be struggling against the Mystics. I was like, wait a minute now. But they look good against Brazil. Even though, again, like J Spot said, I'm not judging what Indiana or Chicago I'm not judging the competition because we all know Brazil, they not that good. I'm judging the ball movement. I'm judging the chemistry. I'm judging the one thing I liked about Indiana. Chicago did this as well, but one thing I liked about Indiana, Real Money, was I seen a play. Caitlin had the ball. She drove, kick. It went to like 3 different people. Then a 4th person took the shot. So it was like, that's what I'm talking about. When I say it looks good, I'm talking about it looks like the players on the floor is buying in. Not necessarily against Brazil, because we all know Brazil, they not that good. But I'm talking about what the actual team looks like and how they playing with each other, the ball movement, the chemistry. It looks good.
Yeah, they look great. Look, I've been in chats just listening and looking like everybody is on the Indiana Fever head so bad. Like they struggled. We struggled against the Mystics with no point guard and a bench full of a whole team full of bench players that we trying to figure out who we gonna cut. They came back from a 13-point lead in the fourth
Yeah, Sophie
quarter
Cunningham went off
with minutes. Yeah, they talking about Sophie Cunningham. They don't realize what the Fever done did. The Fever just brought each player that they brought in. They done put the piece in the hole that they had last year for every position that they put a player in. Like if you're not fitting the position that they want you to be in, you get cut.
Yeah.
That's why I think they cut Bree. I don't think it's because she was a bad player. I think it was just because she didn't fit in the hole that they needed to be filled for the team.
Got you. Because I was surprised when I saw that Bree Hall too.
Yeah,
so,
and that's the only reason why she got cut. But she gonna make a team somewhere. But struggling against the Mystics, both of these teams, this their first game, just getting their feet wet.
Yeah.
Nobody know what they supposed to be doing for real. Everybody just trying to get their legs back. And they came back and won the game down with 20-some seconds left. Down and supposed to lost the game. They came back and won the game. Now everybody, they struggling against the Mystics. Then they come back and smoke Brazil. Oh, now it's just a high school team. Nobody cares about them smoking them. It's a high school team, but they just gave all the props and praises to the sky for beating the same team a day before.
I wouldn't say. I mean, you want to know what? I can't disagree with you because you be in these other chats with these other people. I can only speak for me. When I spoke about,
you ain't say it. I know.
No. I'm not saying you did, but I could tell you what I said, and I said this about both teams. Actually, Coach Marcus, he's a Fever fan, to let you know, also real money. I don't know if you met him before, but he could vouch for me because I was in his chat. Listen, I said I'm not giving the Sky or the Fever credit for beating Brazil because Brazil not that good. We established that, so it's not when I say Indiana looks good and I say Chicago looks good, I'm talking about simply what Indiana and Chicago did, like on their side, not necessarily who they played, who they beat. I feel like we're not gonna get our test until these next two games when we play the Mystics. That's gonna be our test to see where we at. And the same thing with you guys. I told Coach Marcus this the other day. Not even the Valkyrie, because I think the Valkyrie gonna be trash too. But I think who else y'all play? Coach Marcus, you told me the other day. I forgot who it was, but that's gonna be a solid test for y'all. I forgot who he said. I think the Sparks. Even though the Sparks is not gonna be that good either, I feel like the Sparks is kind of in that limbo. Because they just got Kelsey Plum, so we got to see how she elevates them, right? But they got a solid squad though. Even with Kelsey Plum, now they do got a solid squad. So we got to see is that solid squad gonna be fighting to make the playoffs, or is that solid squad gonna be a playoff team? So we got to see. But I think that's gonna be your best test, right? Y'all played the Mystics. Let's
just be real, Brooklyn. We know who everybody want to see. We know the matchup everybody waiting to see.
Yeah, but that's regular season. Yeah, that's regular season. You already know that.
We know the matchup that everybody.
I'm tired already. Tired.
But with us, you right. We the matchup. We play
Team B.
Listen, real money. We play each other 5 times, but y'all on TV 41 times this year. So it ain't just us. It's really gonna y'all.
Nah, it's that
we the matchup. We the rivalry. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody, the Fever, just keep it real. The Fever done surpassed the little rivalry with the Sky. They team is way better.
I hope so.
I don't think so. I'm gonna tell you why when he finished up.
They passed that point. Like that little rivalry, they gotta go on and disconnect them now. We gotta go on and disconnect that rivalry. They had a good first year. It happened. It grew the game. Both of their names big now. Disconnect that because the Fever on to try to do something else They
that's a
on
fact.
to a whole nother level of trying to do something else right now. They trying
That's
to
a
get
fact.
past the first round.
Y'all trying to win a chip. Y'all passed the first round with this team. Y'all got is a championship or bust team.
That's what I'm saying. It's like and then folks giving it that title. A lot of people done built good teams and it's a championship or bust team now. How is it a championship?
It is, bro. Like, listen, it's not just y'all though. It's you put
this season.
It's 4 teams right now. Right now is that's what I'm saying. It's 4. In my opinion. In my opinion, it's 4 teams right now that's championship or bust, right? That's the Liberty, right? They only playing to win a champion. They not playing to make the playoffs or make it to the finals. They playing to win a championship.
Yeah.
Right?
We gave the Liberty. We gave the Liberty so much grace.
Hold on. It's the Minnesota Lynx, right? At this point, they not playing just to make the playoffs. They playing to win a championship, right? The team y'all put together, you guys is in that. You guys could win a championship this year.
I know it.
That's my point. Y'all playing to win a championship, right? With all the vets you got at this point, y'all the Wnba ain't come here just to lose. She got what 15? How many years? 17 years in the league. Y'all championship or bust team, bro. And then the same thing with and I'm happy people. I mean, it's just a preseason game, but I'm happy people seeing this now because there's been a lot of disrespect. I've been saying this all off season on the Aces name because nobody put the Aces in the conversation to win a championship, and I'm like, yo, y'all crazy as hell. You don't listen. Asia with a chip on her shoulder, you don't want that.
Asia still is the best player in the league.
Listen, Jay Boog just said herself, yo, Asia looks better. You get what I'm saying?
Asia is still the best player in the league.
And then not only that, they didn't really lose nothing. They lost Kelsey Plum. They replaced her with Drew Lloyd. They still got fucking Chelsea Gray and Jackie Young. Like, what makes people think they can't win a championship?
Man, Chelsea Gray on something else right now, man.
Those are the 4 teams that's championship or bust. Everybody else is playing like everybody under that. I'm talking about playoff teams. They playing to either make the finals or make the playoffs. But those particular 4 teams right there are playing to win a championship.
Jackie Young and Kawhi Leonard.
That's a fact. She the Kawhi Leonard. That's what I call it too. Kawhi Leonard.
I just don't. I mean, she's a good player. I'm not hating on her.
Not y'all coming for Jackie.
I see how you look.
They cool. We're coming for Jackie. Coming for Jackie.
Not the Kawhi Leonard. Come on now, y'all can do better. Don't do my girl like that.
Kawhi Leonard is not. Wait. I'm confused. I meant it as a compliment when I said it. I don't know. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a compliment, and
you can say it like a compliment.
Okay, I didn't catch that.
Like she be sometimey.
Got you. I didn't catch that. I meant it as a two-way player. To me, she the best defensive, offensive player in the league. To me. That's how I meant it.
We got Chelsea Gray,
who's healthy.
I mean,
that's scary.
I know she a good player, but she coming back off injury. She just did good in Unrivaled, but it's like that was
she healthy, bro. She said Unrivaled made her healthy.
Now we
when
back
I saw
in
what
the
I saw with Chelsea Gray.
You gotta actually, it's not just all running gun basketball. You actually have to play in the half court now again.
That's easier, bro. It's harder when you gotta run up and down the court constantly. That's more difficult.
Unrivaled, that's what Unrivaled is. Unrivaled is a fast break league.
You know what's funny about Unrivaled? Did you see Bonita Laney Hamilton? She got hurt in Unrivaled.
I heard, yeah.
Suspended her contract. That's the real. I won't say negative, but that's the risk you take. But
to me, though, coach, the only reason why it's not a negative to me is because if you go overseas and get hurt, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we can't put that on Unrivaled as if these women play all year round if they go overseas. So
you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
And Unrivaled is paying contracts.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're doing that overseas too much.
That's well, no. A lot of the ladies say they do. They probably don't make this money. But a lot of ladies do say they make a lot of money overseas too. So I want to give overseas that credit. They do.
Yeah, no. They make money over there. I was just saying Unrivaled. A lot of people think they're risking a lot, which they are. But they also, if they happen to get hurt and can't play in the W, they'll pay their contract. Like they'll pay for what they would have made in the W.
That's what you was saying. My bad.
They making money.
As somebody that played overseas, the money is good, but you gotta take into consideration the exchange rate.
Coach,
okay,
look, coach,
because it sounds good if you're making but the exchange rate can shift on you.
Got you.
And it still looks good over there, but when you bring it back over to the States,
it ain't as much as you thought.
Yeah.
What you were saying, real money?
They making money in Unrivaled, but if you get injured 3 games in, now you ain't getting promoted. You ain't getting your camera time that you wanted to go to Unrivaled for. You're not getting none of that no more. Now you just injured, and you can't play in the W season no more either. So it's like, I got the money, or I got half of the money, or whatever they gave me. But now it's like, okay, now I'm injured for a season. I'm put back on the shelf for a season. I don't got none of the money that I was gonna get for my NBA season or for the Unrivaled season, and I'm hurt. So like, that's 3 cons that I'm seeing right there.
Well, just like they were saying, that's what happens if you go overseas. If you do any off-season play, you risk injury. So that's not just a knock on Unrivaled. That's anything they do outside of playing in the W.
But most of these
you know what option
that
they
when
got
they went
now that
overseas,
they didn't
they
have
didn't
2
get
years
hurt
ago
as much.
was you was talking about losing the camera time. You ain't losing camera time when everybody and their mama got a podcast. So that revenue stream it ain't gonna replace it, but it can be a supplement.
Yeah.
Anybody and their mama got a podcast, right? That don't mean anybody and their mama watching every player, X, Y, and Z player that's going on the podcast.
Not true.
Lexi Brown done had a podcast for 3 years. Nobody ever said nothing about it.
Don't mean she ain't getting paid from it.
You talking about her own podcast?
Yes, with her and the other girl.
I didn't know about it. I thought they've been doing it for 3 years. I thought they just started. I know she was with Gil's Arena.
This is what we're saying about when we saying promoting, that the league don't promote. Angel came out with a podcast. What happened? It went across the league.
Yeah, but that's not a fair comparison because Angel.
That's Angel.
That's arguably one of the most popular players. You know,
that's not even arguable. Angel got the most.
She got social media on lock.
We talk about promoting equally though, right?
Nah,
but the W not promoting them.
Yeah. So real money. I think what you saying and what's actually happening is 2 different things. What you saying is, and I agree with you on a different aspect, right? What you saying is that W should promote their players better, and I agree with that. But what you talking about with the podcast is you got to realize this is almost like NIL in college. This is each individual person's likeness. So Angel is already Angel. So anything she do, the world is gonna find out about. Lexi Brown isn't that popular. Right, so something in order for her and in order for us to know she had a podcast, it should have been promoted on Gil's Arena, who's popular, right? If so, I didn't hear it. That all I knew was she was on Gil's Arena. I never knew she had her own podcast outside of that. You get what I'm saying?
Just by being on there, her profile is.
That's what I'm saying. Her profile will get up, but what I'm saying is, if she wanted people to know about her podcast, it had to be mentioned on Gil's Arena for people to hear it, and then because I would have watched it. If I knew about it. I didn't know about it till this year.
She doesn't go on there and put up content. That's what I'm saying. You
want to know what it was though?
Podcast to have one.
I don't know where Gil's Arena is filmed, but Gil, when she was in LA, she was always on Gil's podcast. Now that she's in Seattle, I see her now. She's on that podcast. I don't see her on Gil no more. You know what I mean? It was in the travel or whatever. So that's probably what it was. She was probably comfortable on Gil.
Yeah, she was hurt too.
She's not doing it in studio. She's not doing her podcast in studio. She does it via studio, still the same way she does the podcast, the same way that anybody else can do a podcast.
Got you. I got you.
Wherever they at.
Okay, I didn't know that because I see her in studio at times on Gil's Arena, so I didn't know she didn't always do it in studio.
Yes, that's what she got back popular at. Nobody went checking for Lexi Brown. Who was checking for Lexi Brown? I know she's a good player, but
point made. I feel you.
For Lexi Brown, I want to see what Lexi gonna do out there. How many points Lexi gonna score? You know what I mean? Who was actually checking for that?
Yeah, I feel you. Listen, we got 2 more people that hit the panel. KL Jones, Wody Mack. KL, Wody Mack, what's going on? Y'all feeling?
Hey, Brooklyn, real quick. I gotta bounce because I gotta go to bed to get ready for work. But thanks for having me on. Next time I'll try to stay on longer.
No. Listen, I appreciate you for pulling up. Like you already know. We've been talking about this for like months now, right? So it's like the fact
that's why I couldn't miss it.
Hey, listen, man, I appreciate you, man, and you welcome anytime on my panel.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
Absolutely.
I came up because I saw J Book too. Damn.
Hey, what's up, Wody? What's going on?
All right, you have a good night. All
right, y'all too. I'm gonna listen a little bit while I get ready for bed. I'm gonna stay in the comments for a minute.
What's up, Wody Mac?
Coach, what's up? Yo, Coach is definitely a man of many talents, man. Yo, on the football side.
Hold on, Wody. Listen, let me shout out Reese. Listen, Reese De Jesus is my most loyal contributor because she makes sure she drops something off every show. So I want to say I appreciate you for that. So thank you. Nice. Shout out to Reese De Jesus. Every show she hit me off with something. So shout out to you for that. Thank you.
Wody, I thought you was a gentleman. You just went right on in.
That is true. And KL came up here first, so I thought you was gonna get for the. He just jumped in. I said, "All right."
Oh my God! What's up,
KL? It's your show. It's your panel. I'm just squirrel trying to get a nut in your world. That's it.
Listen. But first of all, listen. I respect my ladies and my women on this panel. Listen, you called them out. I'm with you. I'm backing you up. He should have had some manners.
Where your manners at up in here? No, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing? I'm good. I'm good. Cool, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I'm gonna take y'all back for a minute because I was trying to get on quick enough while y'all were talking about the off-season play.
Okay.
But I had to restart and come back. So my apologies for taking it back to something that y'all already talked about.
This an open conversation. You good? Okay. We're not on like no topic. Listen, man, we having an open conversation. You good?
I appreciate it. So real quick, just to add to what everybody was already talking about, and I mentioned it in the chat as well, it's not just the injury risk when you're talking about playing overseas, but BG is a perfect example of something that could just go terribly wrong.
Great point.
That's an understatement.
Whether you're quote unquote guilty of doing something or not, when you're in another country, the rules are different, the laws are different. And what might be normal and acceptable here in the U.S. doesn't always fly in other countries. So then you run the risk of, or even just with everything that's going on now under the current administration, like it, love it or hate it, there are things that are going on that is pissing off countries that were our allies. Yep. And you just don't, when you think about women who have families, they have husbands, they have, significant others, they have children, and they might be the breadwinners for their families. You put them in a situation where they where they have to go overseas. That's one of the biggest issues, that I have with the W. And I know it takes time, but we're almost 3 decades in, right? And women still have to supplement their income some kind of way, where men don't. In their off season, they can dedicate their time to focusing on their well-being or just being with their family, getting better in the off season. Asia Wilson is like one of the few in the W who has the ability to do that, and her game not suffer, her health not suffer. Same thing with, again, like her, love her or not, Caitlin Clark. And I don't think that Angel had to do it, but her drive wasn't so much about the money, in my opinion. It was about the opportunity to hone in on some things.
Right.
Agreed.
With her game and her development. But
and also to your point, veterans. She said that she wanted.
That was the last thing I was going to say, is that she really wants to be surrounded by the greats, people who have done it, and so that served her well. So that was just my thoughts on the overseas. It goes beyond the money. And I think it was Coach's point, who said, when you look at the exchange, the currency exchange, it don't end up being all that all the time anyway.
We had when I was playing for Scotland in the World League, we had guys do that. We had guys that at the time the exchange rate was in your favor for Scottish pounds, so they asked for their check to be in pounds. But it flipped. but it flipped on him.
Everybody
So
popping
Hold
up
on.
with an injury every other week.
Hold on, Real Money. Let him finish his point. And
I was just saying that exchange, it's almost like playing the stock market. It's good until it isn't. So you just got to be careful when you do that. And I'm sure the people that would actually do that with their money, they paying attention to stuff like that because don't nobody want to lose money.
Facts. What you were saying, Real Money?
No, I was saying we know if you going overseas or in rival AU anywhere you going to play off season basketball, it's a chance of getting injured. But we just got to look at all the injuries that we just seen from Unrivaled, from all these players that didn't go overseas. The players that did, all the players that just went overseas, nobody actually went and got hurt except Nika Mule. She the only one got hurt. Like, just being for real. Unrivaled, we just seen 5 or 6 injuries, season-ending injuries. Like, we just seen this.
But I think that's unfair to
basketball.
put on Unrivaled, though, because you have like somebody coming straight out of college, Georgia Amore, who is dealing with an injury. It was another one, aside from some what's her name? She played in Unrivaled too. Katie Lou Samuelson, she played in Unrivaled. But even Caitlin Clark, who, everybody was like, oh, she's enjoying herself. She had a leg injury. Like and they're watching it. She's not on limited minutes right now, but she didn't play in Unrivaled. Like anybody can get injured some of these folks got injured in training camp. Yeah. So it's not fair to put it on Unrivaled because whether they played in Unrivaled or overseas, the opportunity to deal with an injury is still there.
And if you play sport, hold on, real quick. If you play sports, though, you understand that come with the territory.
Yeah.
Right? Injuries happen. This is what you can't control. No matter where you playing, no matter how much you playing, injuries is a part of the game. So it's an unfortunate thing, right?
It's a hazard of the job.
Yeah. So
comes with the territory. Every player is one step away from glory or ruin.
I will say this about Unrivaled to give them some credit, though. The fact that they are paying the players so much, that's part of the appeal of Unrivaled. The fact that they paying the players so much that, again, it doesn't excuse an injury, but at least that you're gonna get a decent amount to actually be playing for what you love, right? You're not coming. It's not like, hate to compare it to the W, but I got to. It's not like the contract that Paige Beckers. I think Paige Beckers just already made more than her whole rookie contract, right? That's something I heard a report. I heard a report come out where her Unrivaled deal, whatever she signed, she already made more than her rookie contract.
Who was this?
Paige Beckers. Yeah.
You can basically say any current rookie because Unrivaled is paying $250K a year for that 2 months of work, and then right now, max rookies is making per year is like $70K, $79, $80K.
Yeah,
they don't make over $100K a year as a rookie.
Paige's Unrivaled deal is for $350 in her first year, which is more than her 4-year rookie contract will pay.
Yeah. She didn't even play in Unrivaled, so that's what I'm saying. My point in saying all that is, at least I'm not saying the injuries is okay. Injuries is always gonna be devastating, but at least Unrivaled take care of their players. Is all I'm saying. They take care.
You know what the funny thing about these Unrivaled contracts, whether they did this on purpose or not, I would like to think that
that's a great point, J-Spot.
There was a little strategy in this because now the Unrivaled salaries is now the benchmark for the WNBA collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got to give us at least what we making it Unrivaled. You got to at least match it.
No, they don't.
No. I'm just saying that's
a negotiation.
That's a great tactic, but no, they don't. You gotta realize the W is catering to 144 players.
Yeah,
more than that now. That's the old number.
156.
That's the old one. We got a new team now.
Yeah. And they gotta pay for planes. They gotta pay for hotels. They gotta pay for food. They gotta pay for treatment. They gotta pay for trainers. Everything. Unrivaled got all that. Everybody who in there is one. Every trainer trains all the women. Every athletic director. Everything that's in there. Everything
it's going to be different because you got a lot of companies trying to get on board.
Yeah,
Right.
to your point, coach. Coach. Excuse me. I think Unrivaled proved that the W isn't doing enough, right? And so they do have a bargaining chip with saying this is what we were exposed to and given at Unrivaled. Now the W, by all means, is supposed to be a bigger organization than Unrivaled. Unrivaled was smart, like Fee and Stewie and Fee's husband, they were smart in the way that they approached the business model. So there's no excuse. Now, it's not to say it's going to happen during this bargaining agreement, but there's no excuse. Now people are really going to be looking at the W and be like, why can't you at least give this as the minimum? We've talked about this previously, where it should be a standard that if you're an owner of a team in the W, there's a bare minimum. This is the minimum that you should be providing your players. There's no reason why we still have organizations in the W that don't have their own practice facilities.
Well, the reason is because they're not making no money. That's the reason.
But that's what I'm saying. I say that is the legitimate reason, but my point in saying there is no reason is because, again, now I'm looking at Unrivaled as the standard. And if they're able to raise money in the way that they did in a series of rounds, so you start getting into business and being founders and all of that, you took two people who don't have nearly as much of the resources as you're supposed to have with the W, especially somebody like Kathy Engelbart, who came from Goldman and Sachs. You got all these relationships. What are you not doing to ensure that the league that you oversee has the money that you need to operate as a profitable business?
It's two people that took the lead.
Correlate. If I can real quick, that doesn't necessarily correlate when you say, what are y'all not doing to make sure you're getting the money to operate as a successful business when the business is dependent on people tuning in, buying merchandise, showing up, right? And if all those things are not in alignment so that more money, like, again, whereas people were online complaining, yo, I used to be able to go to a WNBA game for $17, $20, right?
Yeah.
But you're not filling the stadium. But again, people are saying, yeah, they used to love to be able to go in there for $20. And then when there was games that were in demand and they were now asking $200 and $300, similar to NBA ticket prices, and people's like, nah, y'all pricing out the fans. Well, that is also par for the course when there's a higher demand. And since this was not the norm at that point, if you were charging $20 a ticket, how can I pay you by $100K and I'm only charging people $20 to get in the dough? Just as an example. Plus also, then I'm looking at, and this is not necessarily too harsh of a pushback. Plus also, I need advertisers to be putting money behind me so I can promote their product on when we're on television. But I'm saying, hey, we will guarantee you that there will at least be, say, 1 million eyes on the product. But then when we go get the ratings and it says 400,000 people tuned in, when the advertiser like, well, I'm not getting my money's worth, and then people are either falling back or not willing to put so much behind you. And that's when it becomes a problem. People say, well, market it, push it. Right. And that's why when we came up, I was about to come up here and I was about to ask y'all, did any of y'all tune in, or any of y'all willing to watch any of these Connecticut Suns games while Sanaya Rivers and Anissa Mora is not playing? Is anybody else on the Sun y'all wanting to go watch? I went and watched that Seattle game, even though I knew Dominique Malonga wasn't playing, but I just wanted to see what they looking like, right? But I was like, hey, Malonga not playing. I really don't care.
Right.
That's why a lot of teams don't got bread, because they don't got interest.
Do you tune in and watch the Jazz play
I
the
think
Magic?
people are going to watch their favorite players first, right? Like, you have people who love the game and will watch the game regardless of who's playing because they have love for the game. Then you have people who will only watch because they want to see their favorite player or players. That's it. But I think everything that you said is legitimate, Wody. But I think, again, it just goes back to, in my opinion, I'm looking from a business perspective now. As a business owner, as somebody who's in marketing, to me, Unrivaled showed what can happen. And the fact that and they did it with smaller everything. So they have a smaller venue. Yes, they did some strategic things and making sure that all the games were held in one place, but people still had to pay to travel. Not everybody is in Miami. So, but people were still willing to pay money to travel to go and see the games, and sometimes multiple times.
KL, they also had a big advantage that a lot of people don't mention, in that they are not hamstrung by the NBA.
Yeah, by another league, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, because I know, at least in my opinion, we want the WNBA.
Real money. Let them finish, Brody. Hold on, you next, Brody. Let them. You gotta let them finish your thought.
Okay.
We a lot of people wanted the WNBA to do a lot of things. They didn't do the draft right last year. They don't market right, this, that, and the other. But the fact of the matter is, a lot, just to compare it to NBA teams and even NFL teams in Major League Baseball, they have a whole separate division strictly for social media, or strictly for doing deals with the TV networks and media rights and things like that. WNBA ain't got that type of cash. So they making the most of, they trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit after 28 years of losing money. So now they got their Jordan moment. They got their marketable star. Now everybody else is on the come up. You got somebody that's got the visibility on national television with Caitlin Clark. You got somebody who's got the social media game on lock with Angel Reese. And now you're getting everybody else that's kind of filling the gaps. So last year when the WNBA peaked and now it's coming back down, when it hits that bottom is a lot higher than it was last year. So it's trending in the right direction. They just got to give it time.
Real quick before Real Money goes, we got somebody new on the panel, my brother Mo3, the sniper. What's going on, Mo3?
What up, Mo3?
Chilling.
Real Money, finish your thought, then Mo3, you could jump in whenever you
Coach Marcus, who said the trend going back down?
No. I'm saying that just because everything that happened last year, it peaked, but it still has to come down and kind of even out a little bit. So when you got peaks and valleys, but when something peaks and then you hit the valley, as long as that valley is a little bit higher than it was last year, the league as a whole is trending in the right direction.
Right. The new average is much higher than the old average, and which is its growth. The old average is 100, and now the new average is 800. That's great.
Right.
I see it going up and up because we had the same exact frenzy and want for the game that we got this year, but I feel like it's even more because they did what they did last year. They proved everything. Everybody was saying, okay, I'm this type of player, I'm that type of player. Now they're on teams and expected to win more. Like now it's not all about your cachet and it's not all about who you are as a player. It's about, can you win on a team now? It's not about, we know you can be popular, but now can you win? That's what it is for both of these young ladies now. Just being real.
I'm gonna take it.
It's still about these two young ladies. That's who it's all about.
I'm gonna take it.
Age is still Asia, but we really looking at the fever in the sky to see what they do. That's everybody. Nobody won't want to say it, but all the other teams cool. We like everybody who went everywhere, but we're literally looking at two teams to see what they're gonna do this year.
But look, Real Money.
Let's say five.
Hold on, Real Money. I'm gonna take what you're saying. I'm gonna take it a step further because I think you looking at. I think you're right, but you're looking at it from a small perspective, right? Because we feel like that because we are fans. You a Fever fan. You a Caitlin Clark fan. I'm a Chicago Sky fan. I'm an Angel Reese fan. But I think what's really gonna make the game grow is if people that coming after us, right, is now the Paige Beckers fans. And then the people that coming after that is now the Juju fans. That's what's going to make the game grow. It ain't all about us. Right now, we see us because we looking at what Caitlin and Angel did in year one, and we want to see what they're going to do in year two, and that's your perspective. So I think you're absolutely right. That's what we're looking at. But the bigger and larger conversation is the growth of the game. And the growth of the game is the new fans that's coming in. It can't stop with us. It can't, whatever wave that happened with Caitlin Clark and Angel, if it stops there, that's not growth. So the growth got to keep happening after Angel, after Caitlin, right? It got to be Paige Beckers fans that are coming and want to see Dallas do well. Facts. Right, and then after that, it got to be Juju Watkins fans that want to see her team do well. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the game is growing because I'm not Chicago Sky is my team, but I also listen. I'm a Isaiah James fan, so I'm gonna be watching a little bit of I'm gonna be watching the Wings. I want to see what Isaiah James do. You get what I'm saying? Just like they just said about Connecticut. I'm not gonna watch Connecticut if Anissa not playing, but if Anissa and Sanaya's out there, I'm gonna be taking a look at Connecticut because I'm a fan of them too. You get, and that's the growth of the game. Is bigger than just Angel and Kate.
That's the growth.
You get what I'm saying?
The game is growing.
Yeah,
but the W still
20,000
has
people not gonna watch Paige Becker every game.
The W still has a very big issue that they have not figured out how to solve yet. And we're seeing it, even though we're just in preseason, we're seeing it. They have a story issue. Last year, the story and the narrative was about Caitlin versus Angel, right? Like riding off of their collegiate rivalry. But now, yes, with Paige being, the #1 draft pick, Hailey showing up and showing out looking supermodelish, and everybody's like, we want HBL. The W still has not figured out their storytelling ability and how they're going to go into the season. So right now the story is really only about Caitlin plus Asia's Nike release. That's it.
Can I ask a quick question for KL? This is, I don't know how much you're paying attention to the NBA side of it, right? But just thinking on how you said the storytelling aspect is missing. Mm-hmm. I wanted to know, in your estimation, in your opinion, what is the storyline right now for the NBA that you think is out there? I'm curious because there seems to be a lot of interest in the Warriors. There was a lot of interest in the Warriors and Rockets, but then when I think of what's the storyline right now in the NBA, I'm like, what, in your opinion, what do you think is the storyline possibly right now for them?
The storyline has been up to this point, and it's been trash, in my opinion, so I'll preface what I'm about to say with that. But the storyline has been too much about LeBron and Bronny. That's been the storyline. That's been the biggest thing that everybody's talking about. Then you got the Stephen A. Smith and LeBron beef. It's been more about that, even if it's not necessarily the NBA pundits. Like, you have people like Jamel Hill and Cheryl Swoops and other people, Chad Ochocinco and them chiming in. But what should have been a storyline about, and quite honestly, I grew up in and around the NBA. One of my cousins by marriage, Corey Blunt, he played for the Chicago Bulls. Can I finish, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
One of my cousins, Corey Blunt, he played for the Bulls. So I've been around, and not just as a fan, but I've been around and ingrained in both the W and the NBA. And the NBA for me is not fun to watch anymore, as much as I love basketball. So it's really hard for me, even though this is what I do for a living, it's hard for me to even identify a storyline, Wody. And whatever storyline there could have been, it's been, in my opinion, overshadowed by the whole LeBron, Bronny James, and Stephen A. Smith mess.
I'll speak to it really quick, Real Money. I'll speak to it to answer your question, Wody. The NBA is different. We shouldn't. It's difficult to compare the NBA to the WNBA because we talking about two leagues in two different places, right? So the NBA, for the most part, got a star on every team. You get what I'm saying? And the storyline behind every team is that star. So I could talk about the Pacers right now. And right now, the storyline for the Pacers is they just did a poll around the league, and a bunch of NBA players said the most overrated superstar is Halliburton. You get what I'm saying? So now Halliburton is in the playoffs winning, though. You get what I'm saying? So now that's the chip on his shoulder. And then you got the storyline with the Bucks is, you got somebody who won a championship with the Bucks. They trying to win again, right? But you got Damian Lillard with injuries. He's in and out. You don't know which Dame you're gonna get. Now you got the question mark: is Giannis gonna stay or is he gonna leave? Right. So then you got the storyline with Ant-Man. They calling Ant-Man the Kingslayer. So that's why you can't compare the NBA to the WNBA, because what I'm saying the WNBA needs, the NBA has. I just said that the WNBA needs to Paige Beckers to have her fans come in and want to see her win, right? In other words, you need these different teams to have stars. It's not about two players. As much I understand that the Caitlin Clark fans love Caitlin Clark and they want everything to be about her, right? And then I understand that a lot of Chicago fans love Angel Reese. They want everything to be about her. But at the end of the day, we not watching this because of Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese. We watching this because we love women's basketball. And the two of them can't run a league by themselves, right? You need other people. So in order for the league to grow and the league to be interesting, it got to be a storyline for the Minnesota Lynx. It got to be a storyline for the Dallas Wings. It got to be a storyline for the Phoenix Mercury. It can't just be two people. It got to be the whole league. Got to have different storylines to keep it interesting because you want fans of different teams, right? You don't want just fans of one team or two teams. And that's why I'm going to be honest with you. And me and Coach already had this talk. He already know I'm not a hater. I don't mind the Caitlin Clark 41 game national TV thing. But I do think that could backfire because guess what? Let's just say, for argument's sake, Caitlin Clark got the most fans in the WNBA, right? Mm-hmm. She don't got all of them. So you're going to turn the people who don't want to see her, you're going to turn them off to the WNBA. Because guess what? If we go to the NBA,
let alone if she get hurt.
If we go to she get hurt. That's another thing I was thinking of today. But if we go to the NBA, most people in the 2000s was a Kobe Bryant fan. Rightfully so. That boy was nice. I wasn't. I was a Tracy McGrady fan. So I wanted to see Tracy McGrady play, even though the Orlando Magic sucked. I wanted to see Orlando. I didn't want to see the Lakers. So if you just hold on. Let me land my plane. I'm landing it right now. If you only showed me Lakers games, I would have stopped watching basketball because I care more about Allen Iverson and Tracy McGrady than I do about Kobe and Shaq. So right now, Caitlin can have let's just say she don't. Let's say she do. I don't believe she do, in my opinion, but that's just me. But let's just say she do, right? Everybody don't want to see her. So now you forcing her down everybody's throat. It's not good for the WNBA. You gotta have multiple. You gotta give people multiple a mixed bag so they can pick what they like. If the majority is gonna pick the apple, let the majority have the apple. But some people gonna want grapes and oranges. You get what I'm saying? Pause.
Yeah,
I'm getting my plane on that.
I'll give you two things. I'll give you two things in that what you just said. If the Fever, for instance, are playing 43, they said 43 now. They upped it. So they're getting a chance to play pretty much all other 12 teams are getting at least one nationally televised game against the Fever, right? And for most part, you would believe that there is fans of each organization around the nation, right? So even though your team, maybe the whoever say like a Valkyries fan, may not get to see too much Valkyries on national TV, right? They would, that opportunity that the Fever are playing them, they would be able to see them in that regard. They may not want to see nothing really necessarily to do with the Fever, but I mean, if you want to watch the Valks, there's going to be a time they're going to be on TV playing the Fever. Now, on the other note, too, that I added, which I think is just very beneficial right now because it's affordable compared to the NBA League Pass, which is like $150, $160, man, like $200, right? I noticed that the WNBA League Pass, $40. And yeah, you're not watching the game live. Sometimes you can, but you can go watch the replay of the team you want to see.
Wody, you're right. And I'm happy you brought that point up because I want to say as a first time fan watching a full WNBA season, because I always said I watch in the past I did watch what's her name? Angel McCoughtry. So I did watch The Dream a little bit, but I never watched a full season. So last year, being the person who watched a full season of WNBA, I had League Pass, and that's how I was able to watch most of the games. And I'm getting it again this year, so I could watch these games. So I'm happy you brought at that point. I definitely agree with you. To me, the League Pass, if you somebody who want to especially be on these panels and be talking, whether you in the chat or whether you come up on stage or whatever, I would recommend you guys get the League Pass so you could at least see these games and you don't have to be, subject to whatever they showing you on TV that day. You can see, you can be able to watch your game. So, great point, Wody.
Yeah, and I know it's hard. I'm hard pressed to feel that $40 in the course of 2 or 3 months is a hard stretch for a lot of people. I mean, I ain't all in nobody business, but I mean, if you could have bought that bottle of Crown Royal, you could have bought that League Pass one good time. I'm just saying.
We got another guest on the panel. What's up to my sister Mikachu? Mikachu, how you feeling today?
What's up, Mikachu?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What up, Mikachu?
Mika.
For everybody who don't know, Mikachu is the only, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is the only Liberty fan on the panel. So her team is the actual. Her team is the returning. Oh yeah, I forgot Wody. My bad. Wody is also a Liberty fan. So since I got two Liberty fans on, let me ask you guys real quick, because first of all, this was a great conversation. One thing I do is I don't mess with the momentum, because this is not what I planned on talking about today, right? The bargaining, the collective bargaining agreement and all that type of stuff. You guys came in here and hit it out the park. Y'all killed it. So I said, let's go with the flow. That's what we're going to talk about. But what I wanted to talk about was training camp and you know, the teams that did, every team that played a preseason game. Yeah, the teams that played preseason games. But for your Liberty, Wody Mac and Mikachu, how you feel about training camp so far? I think you guys made some good moves in the off season. Me personally, how you guys feel about your training camp so far?
Well, there's a channel that I follow. What's this? I don't know. He's only got like 300 subs. Is it 300 subs? I have to hold on. Sorry,
yo, also hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, sometimes we forget. I forget myself sometimes when I come to the channel, especially when the conversation is good. So please hit the like button. If you ain't subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel. You know what I mean? We are unbiased channel over here. You gonna better get your takes off. We gonna disagree sometimes. We gonna agree sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But you know, subscribe to the channel. You know what I mean? Show me some love. And you know, don't be shy with the super chats, man. Shout out to Sharice De Jesus, and shout out to my brother Brian Allen Hines as well. He's a member of this channel. Shout out to Brian Allen Hines for becoming a member. Yeah, Wody.
Yeah, let me let Mika get right to it. I can't remember the name of the channel, but there's one that I follow. They were interviewing a lot of the players after a lot of the practices, and I'm seeing a lot from Natasha Cloud.
That's what I was gonna bring up. I love Natasha for y'all. I love her.
She said one thing she said is that I did like in one of the interviews she did was that she's got a lot of great superstar talent to defer to, but she's finding that maybe she needs to be more aggressive, so it's gonna make it easier for them. And if she's being aggressive on the court with all the other talent we got on the court, it may be very difficult to stop.
Another thing too, before Mika go, I think Natasha, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, right? Because this is just something that just came to my mind when I think about the roster. I don't think y'all got another player on y'all roster that's like Natasha Cloud, right? What she brings to the table. Y'all got talented players. Y'all got a championship roster, but I think she brings something just a little bit different with her energy. What's your thoughts on that, Mika?
Panel one thing.
Yeah.
Why do we think we don't see every single player that's a star in a home trip back and play an alma mater game for their first preseason game or their second preseason game or whatever? Why do we think we see that? We don't see that. I mean,
I don't really get your question. You asking
no,
why?
Man,
what?
I said every single, like they let Angel go back and play at LSU. They let Katie go back and play at Iowa. Why do we think we don't see that for every single player and on every team that's a star in their team to get a game to go back and play? Why do we think we don't see that?
Well, my answer to that, and everybody else can give their answer. My answer to that is I think they just started that this year, right? Like that's not something they've been doing.
Been going on since Stephanie.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, I don't know. Somebody can answer that question.
Because every single player is not that popular, and they know that it won't be no fan frenzy around it, and they don't want to look crazy and go back to a school and 1,200 people show up to watch their game. They don't want that pressure. It's a different new pressure that's on these players. These players don't have the same pressure as the old players who everybody was in, and they already won their championship. Now we can say they won a championship before they got put on TV and everybody started watching. Now it's pressure. You gotta win. You win a champion. You on TV every night. Everybody trying to see you get a championship now. Like when they was winning championships, it was 40,000 people watching around the world in home. Like now, all of a sudden, it's 40,000 people in different communities watching all over the world. Like now, they feel real pressure. They don't want to go back to their schools because they know it won't be nothing but a few thousand people show up. And now it's the talk of the town because they didn't get a sellout crowd, or they didn't do this or X, Y, and Z. They didn't perform how they supposed to perform. Like we gotta realize this stuff just got popular how it's getting popular. Like, and that's getting back to the fact of saying we promoting 2 or 3 players. They're promoting these 2 or 3 players because they the one with the storyline. Everybody don't got a storyline.
So I think you misunderstood what I was saying, because I do agree with what you're saying right now, but I think the part that I don't agree with what you're saying is it got to start somewhere. So we all know, I can't think of an analogy right now, so I'm gonna just use what we talking about. So yes, you 1000% correct. Something special happened during that Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese championship game. That's when a lot of people started tuning in. Right, yep. The women's basketball had a lot of momentum. Not even the WNBA, just women's basketball had a lot of momentum, right? And since they became popular, it's making people. What happens is, it's almost like introducing to somebody to some new food you never had, right? Let's just say you never had Spanish food before. Somebody introduced you to Spanish food. Now you're gonna start trying different dishes. Your original dish that brought you there, you loved. It's like, oh, this is good. But now you're gonna start trying different foods. So when I say that, we got to start promoting these other women, it's not to say that they not, they as popular as Caitlin and Angel. It's to say that Caitlin and Angel brought you here. Caitlin and Angel opened the door. But we can't just if Caitlin and Angel opens the door and we stay on Caitlin and Angel, then we not doing nothing. The point is the let Caitlin and Angel show you what's going on, and then for you to start to say, okay, it's a Drew Lloyd over here. Oh, okay, all right. It's a Chelsea. Chelsea Gray opened a lot of people's eyes on Unrivaled. I didn't know her. I wasn't familiar with her game. I thought Chelsea Gray was just a passer. She shows she's a clutch shooter too. I said, okay, you get what I'm saying? So it's like that's the point I'm making. I do see what you're saying, Real Money, but all you doing is stating the fact. Once you state that fact, we can't stay there. You get what I'm saying? No, but what I'm saying is you stating the fact and acting like it's supposed to just stay like that. Yeah. After you state that fact, then what else? Like what happens next? You get what I'm saying? And
it's always been like that too.
Let me rebuttal one time. That's it. If you like this is what I'm saying. If somebody introduces you to Spanish food, if you like one dish and you go and try all the rest of the dishes, I don't like them that much, but I like this dish right here. Can people be mad at you?
That's
because
okay.
You
no,
like that one dish.
That's okay too, because it's people that sports fans that just like one team or one player, exactly. And that's okay. But we're not talking about just one person. You get what I'm saying? It's okay for the person. And hold on, listen. It's okay for the person to just say, "Yo, I'm here for Caitlin Clark. I'm a Caitlin Clark fan, and that's it. I don't care about nothing else." That's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we talking about the masses of people. We saying everybody is not gonna come in and feel that way. Some people gonna come in and say, I like Caitlin Clark, but I also like this too. Or some people gonna come in and say, you know what? I'm not the biggest Caitlin Clark fan, but I like this over here. All of those things is gonna happen, and they all okay.
And they get what I'm saying? Going through their growing pains, man. How many people from I was born in the 70s, right? So I was 8 years old when Magic and Bird happened. And because of that, how many people loved the Lakers and hated the Celtics?
That's a fact.
They was both good teams, but that was the story at that time, and they didn't have nothing else. And then Jordan happened. That's how many people loved Jordan? And Jordan wasn't winning jack. Jordan wasn't winning the damn thing, but nobody had seen anything like Jordan before. Jordan happened at the same time SportsCenter happened. Then everybody wakes up in the morning, you got the highlights, Jordan's dunking every morning. So that was the beginning of what people like to see. And I'll never forget this. The Bulls were in the finals against Utah, I think it was. I don't even remember what year that was, maybe 95, 96.
It was even 97 and 98. They went back to back years.
I remember I'm watching the game, and I said this out loud. I said, man, I want to see Malone and Stockton take one. I'm tired of seeing Jordan win.
And that's
Man,
okay.
Almost everybody in that room turned around and gave me like like they wanted to take my head off.
But what you
Jordan fans.
But not to cut you off, Coach, that's what fans do. Yes. Fans is either gonna love the most popular player or they're gonna want to see the most popular player lose, right? Yeah. And the funny thing is, to what you said, bringing up Jordan, we could use me for an example. So with my age growing up, I was in line for when Jordan started to win. That's when I started. Like, I was a fan of him a little before that, but I was a baby. I couldn't remember. But as I got older, was the years he was winning every year, right? And I'm a New Yorker, mind you, right? I was a Jordan fan versus the Knicks, whoever. I was rooting for Jordan. Once he retired, I had to root. I still loved the game of basketball, right? It wasn't like I was just there for Jordan and nothing else. At that point, I was there for Jordan and nothing else. But once he retired, I said, okay, I gotta like somebody else now. And so for me, the people became Chase McGrady and Allen Iverson, right? And that's who I started to follow. But my point is, somebody gotta bring you in. And for me, that was Jordan. Jordan bought me the basketball. He made me love it. He made me fall in love with the game. And then after him, I had to figure out what do I want to do? And then after, and the funny thing is, because I'm old enough to say this now, because I done seen their whole careers. After Tracy and AI stopped playing, I didn't have a favorite player no more. Still to this day, I don't have because I seen Jordan play, and he was the greatest of all time to me. Mm-hmm. And because I seen Tracy play, and if anybody remember Tracy, this nigga never broke a sweat. Like, he used to play and it looked like he used to play 30, 40 minutes, have 40 points, and look like, I'm like, yo, bro, he just make it look so effortless.
Like, it just took the sweats off.
Right, and AI was just relentless. AI just didn't stop. So after seeing those three guys play, after all three of them retired, nobody else made me kind of like, oh, I love to watch this player play. Now, don't get it twisted. I still love basketball, so I still like the Ant-Mans. If you go back, the D-Wades, I still like the Durants. I still like them. But none of them is making me say, yo, that's my favorite and only him. And I only want to see, I love Curry. Like, nobody has done that since Tracy, AI, and Jordan for me. When those three was playing, I was only rooting for them and I was only watching them. Now I just love the game and I just watch different players play or whatever the case may be. But again, translating that back to the WNBA, that's what we're trying to do. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese is the Bird, Magic, and Jordan of this time. And they bringing people in, they making people want to watch. But after Caitlin, after Angel, right? Who you gonna watch next? And that's the growth of the game, because women's basketball is in a great place. When you looking at what Sarah Strong is doing right now in her freshman year, she's gonna be a problem. She's gonna be a problem when she gets.
Should have been MVP of the tournament too,
right? I think Joyce Edwards is gonna have a better year next year because she got all those similar skills that Sarah play. A lot of people don't know, and this is storylines, right? Let's just go back to the storyline. The reason why Caitlin and Angel have a storyline, a lot of people don't know this, and they probably not gonna like it. But they didn't just start in the W; they've been playing against each other since college and AAU. If you take a look at Joyce Edwards and Sarah Strong, they got a relationship from before college. They teams been playing against each other. Sarah Strong said Joyce Edwards' teams used to always beat my teams. And then then they get
set up for next year with Hannah and Olivia.
And then look, before we get to that, coach, look, they get into college, and what happens? Sarah Strong team beats Joyce Edwards' team. So you don't think that's motivating Joyce Edwards? They got 3 more years of this. So guess what? When they get to the W, is a storyline there. And that's what people don't like. People just want to focus on the W and the pros and be like, oh, why y'all so worried about Caitlin and Angel? Oh, because they got a storyline that y'all don't care about from college. But if you don't care about it, it don't matter. It's still there. You get what I'm saying? And like now the point that you making with Olivia Miles and who you said with Olivia?
Hannah Hidalgo.
Oh, there you go, Hannah Hidalgo. So is it going to be it's a storyline that's starting from college that's going to play their way in the pros. So when they get in the pros, anybody that's paying attention is going to be like, okay, this is from back then. I remember when they was both in the little hallway right there, going back and forth at each other. Yeah. So now anytime they team play against each other, it's going to be people going to want to watch more. People going to be extra. You get what I'm saying? So that's all it is. And that's the growth of the game, and that's why I feel like women's basketball in a great place, because we can name wild names. There's a lot of names of girls on their way.
NCAA women's game is gonna be fire next year because everybody's trying to see what they gonna do at these new teams. Everybody gonna be watching TCU. Everybody gonna be watching Penn State. Everybody gonna be watching Notre Dame again to see what they do, and then of course they're gonna wait for Juju to come back and all of that type of stuff, man. All of it.
Yeah,
NCAA
But
gonna be
yeah,
fired
it's
next year.
weird though, right? Isn't it weird to y'all though how the college fan base moves in comparison, and then they don't seem to tap in right away when they go pro?
But Wody, we know why already. Unfortunately, because, and I've been saying this forever, because the WNBA prefers experience over youth. They always cut the rookies, whereas the NBA is different. If you a veteran player and they draft a star player out of college, your days is numbered. You ain't gonna be there for much longer because the NBA values youth over experience. And now you can argue, does one make the game better or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the one thing I could tell you is I think that, in my personal opinion, I think the NBA way of doing it is better for the simple fact that, and it just goes back to what Elle was saying and what you were saying, Coach, when you have a business, the best thing you could do for business is to keep product coming in. You don't want your product to get old and stale. Why you think your cell phone, you can have a cell phone company and they're going to shoot a commercial to you and say, yo, if you knew, if you knew and you come over here, we're going to give you this discount. And you're going to be like, nigga, I've been here for 10 years. Where's my discount? But it's all about getting new customers, new product. That's
Bro,
how you
always
keep
laugh
it
when you
fresh.
say that.
Why you think it's a new phone every year?
Apple for 13 years, bro. That made me laugh every time you say something about a phone.
But look,
Samsung is
but
great.
look, Coach, you work for Apple. Be honest. Do we need a new phone every year?
Hell no.
But they're gonna give you a new phone every year. Why? Because one, they know you're gonna buy it, and they're gonna tweak.
Right,
they're gonna tweak something so small. It's gonna be better, but you ain't even gonna notice it. And it's the same thing with gaming. If you can see behind me, I'm a gamer, right?
Yeah.
The PS, I'm a 2K guy, right? 2K. I'm a 2K guy, right? 2K come out every year. You can't tell the difference year to year. But I guarantee you go back and look 5 years, and you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, that shit look old," right? And you didn't notice it the next year because it's a slight difference. It's so small you don't even notice a difference, but it's a difference there. You get what I'm saying? So listen, I want to get to some. Let me get to some. Let me get the Mo 3 and Mikachu, man, because we've been hogging up the mic. Mo 3, Mikachu, what's going on?
I mean, I saw some of the highlights from the training camp. I would like a little bit more aggressiveness on defense, but I have to see how it translates on the court because the Liberty they pick fit over talent. So the way they like to play is to shoot first and like spurts a hardcore
run and gun transition.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Listen, like I said, to me, I think the top. Come on, y'all already got a championship roster, so y'all didn't need to make that many changes. Y'all already know how to win. Y'all been there, y'all been there, lost, been there, then won, and now y'all retooling. So I think Natasha Cloud, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think Isabel Harrison gonna give y'all something too. So I think those are two good pieces for y'all.
Izzy got a chip on her shoulder too.
Yeah. And then not only does she got a chip on her shoulder, Coach, this her second year back after injury. And usually that second year is when you start to really feel like yourself. That first year you still seeing what you could do. This her second year back, so I think she's gonna be all right. What's going on, Mo 3?
And I came up here. Hey, that who asked the question about the college fans versus the WNBA fans?
Well, I just had made a statement in regards to that. Like, why do you think though that the people don't travel, don't cross over? As when you're watching 5 million people tune in for championship games in March Madness, but then you go to a WNBA game and it's 400,000, 500,000. Like, why is that not tapped in? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Because the fan base is based in college. The fan base is based off of the school itself, not the actual players. In the WNBA, the fan base is based off of the players. Yeah. The players are the ones that draw the fans. But in college, it's the school that draws the fan. A lot of the people that go to college games and events and stuff, they're not actually fans of said game or event. They just go to be part of the goings. You know what I'm saying? Just to be part of this. It's a social event. It's a social social event for them. So they go there, huh?
No, I think I agree with you. I slightly disagree. I was just gonna push back on one thing. So what Mo3 is saying is 1000% correct. I think, and this is my opinion, Mo3, if you push back, it's fine. I'm doing one thing. I've met people before, and this is where I think that I slightly disagree with Mo3. I've met people before that say, no, I'm just a fan of college basketball or college football. I'm not a fan of the pros. And the reason why is they feel like once you get to the pro game, and I'm not mad at them because partly it's true.
It's true.
They feel like
where you going.
They feel like it's tainted because it's now money and everything come. They feel like the game is more pure on a college level. So when you ask the question, why is a lot of people that's fans of college football or college basketball or college whatever, is because they fans of that. They not necessarily they don't care about the pro game. The same way you got people on the other end, like myself. I can't watch. I just started watching college with women's, but before I started watching women's, I would never watch a college game because I was in the. So I'm in the males basketball. Y'all know that I'm in the basketball, and the males basketball game is totally different than the males college basketball game. So for me, I would hate watching that game because whoever was quote unquote a star in college wasn't a star. Jaleel Okafor, I could go down the line. It's so many people that they done told you was like, yo, he's gonna be, and then they get into college. I mean, he get in the pros, and I'm like, yo, this nigga trash. You know what I mean? And it makes me mad because it's like. And then also, I like storylines. We just talked about storylines. In NBA, you could follow a player's storyline because they on a particular team 3, 4, 5 years. Whereas in college, you play 1 year, you one and done, you go into the league. So, and I'm not a school guy. I don't care about Kentucky or North Carolina or Duke. I don't care about none of that. I'm a player's guy. So it's like I can't really follow a storyline of a player in college. So that's why me personally, I wasn't watching college. But you got a lot of people who feel the opposite the way I do, and they feel like, yo, the pro game is tainted because it's all about money, it's all about this. They'll throw games and they'll do all this, whereas a college game is still about the game, and it's still so people prefer that. So I'm not saying Mo3 is completely wrong because it is probably people that just a fan of the school, but I just want to add that part on to what he's saying. There's actually people that's just a fan of the college game. And then real quick, because I cut Mo3 off. I wanted to finish his thought. Real quick, Wody Mac, again, I think the problem with the WNBA is whoever was a star in college, and obviously we're not talking about the top stars because the top stars will make it. But certain people who might have been a star at this school might get cut, a la Cheyenne Sellers, right? It might have been a bunch of. It might have been I know the Atlanta, but it might have been a bunch of. My point is, there's a bunch of Maryland fans that want to see her do well. Fact. And then what if she don't make it? You get what I'm saying? The girl Diamond Johnson that played for Norfolk that just went to the HBCU is a bunch of fans of her that want to see her make it. You know what I mean? I know she just got picked up too by I forgot what team. I think the Minnesota Lynx. So my point is these players that don't make it got fan bases and they come from schools and they like, well, I want to see her do well. I might not be a fan of whatever team she goes to, but I'm a fan of her, so I'll watch. And if she get cut, they're gonna lose interest. My bad, Mo3. I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah. What you're saying does have some validity, but it's not enough, because if that was the case, it still wouldn't be the way it is, because NIL threw a monkey wrench in that, because that was an argument that a lot of people used to use and say, oh, the pro is tainted and that's why people. But now they make money in school. Matter of fact, on the female side, they make more money in school. It's more about money in school than it is in the pros. So that kind of throws a little monkey wrench. Not saying that there are still people that feel the same way like you, but it's not like on the scale that it's really making the big difference. I don't feel that way. Let's be clear. I was saying there's people who feel that way. Yeah. I'm not saying you feel that way. I'm saying there are people that feel that way. But when you really break it down, I guarantee you, if you go to a game, like a school, a basketball game at one of these colleges, and do like a poll, I guarantee close to half of them are not real basketball fans. They're just there for the experience, for the social gathering. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I think a lot of that exists too. A lot of that do exist too.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I think that trend is changing a little bit, and I think you're not wrong, but I think that pays too, because now because of social media and the way everything is put out there almost immediately, everybody's trying to outdo you, trying to outpace. Where if they did something like this, we got to do something like this. Remember before social media, when I don't know who was the first school that did it, but remember, if the opponent is shooting the free throws, and then everybody in the student section will hold up the big heads, and then everybody started doing that, and then the one school, they found out the dude had just broke up with his girlfriend, so it had the big heads of his girlfriend. It just started going up.
Yo, but I love stuff like that because that's sports. Like that's we trying to pull at any string we can.
But my point is that even back then, however they were doing it, people would see it, and then everybody wanted to imitate it, and then they got to the point where everybody was outdoing everybody else. I remember when Caitlin Clark was still at Iowa. I remember when they showed. I don't know who they were playing. The game was at 8 p.m. and they had the news showing the students in line to buy tickets at 4 a.m. Didn't they do that same thing for a game with UConn and Paige Beckers? They showed all the students in line at like 6 a.m. and the game wasn't till 7. So they was trying to just recreate that same hype. It didn't work that way, but everybody's still trying to outdo each other. So there's going to be more schools that want to play when somebody's going to go back and play at UConn. Last year, they went to South Carolina, and it's going to keep happening. So it steadily, slowly but surely, it's going to keep growing and growing and growing. And that's what they want.
Good point. All right, so let me throw some topics, not even topics, but let me just tell y'all what I thought, some of my takeaways from the Sky. For what I saw from the Sky game, and y'all could tell me if y'all agree with me. So I'm gonna just start from the beginning. One, I really like the starting lineup. I like Kia Nurse in the starting lineup.
Kia Nurse was good.
Everybody knows that I've been on record saying I think the small forward position is the most questionable position. I like Michaela Onyenwere and Rebecca Allen coming off the bench. My problem though is they need to do a little bit more for me off the bench. I feel like our bench is kind of weak, right? But I do like the starting lineup. I like how Angel was attacking off the dribble to Coach Marcus. We done had this conversation about how Unrivaled is going to translate. I was nervous because Angel played a lot in the paint in Unrivaled, and I was like, she can't do that with Kamilla. So I was pleasantly surprised when I seen they had Angel at the top of the key, at the 3-point line, and top of the key area, and she was attacking from there to give Kamilla that space. So I like that, right? Love the pass I saw from Van Sloot, the little no-look Magic Johnson. Woo, woo! Love that. I don't know if y'all remember that in the game for the people who watched the Sky game. The offense definitely looks a lot better, right? We talked about that, Coach Marcus, when I was talking about Brazil against the Fever and against Chicago. I just like the way the ball movement looked, right? It wasn't a lot of ISO ball. It was a lot of ball movement and a lot of pass to a shot. So I like that. I love the way Keaton Nurse looks as a starter, right? It was a lot of balance and the spacing. I like that. I also put this in there. This might be a little bit of a hot take, and y'all might try to kill me on this one. Watching this game, I thought Maddie Westbelt might not make the cut. And I see Nate in the chat. Let me drop the link because I know Nate gonna have something to say to that. Nate don't like when you say anything negative about a Sky. Nate'll be like, nope. I don't know Maddie West. Now I think Maddie Westbelt has the best shot of making the roster, but two of the players that I thought could rival her, one of them is already cut, so that's good. That's the Pussy. I can't say her name. Puises. The shooter. The shooter. I was like, oh, she might make it over Maddie. So she's gone. Here's the other person that's still there. And she was on the team before. And I just told y'all they like it. They like experience over you. So I'm rooting for Maddie, but Morgan Birch might make the final cut. I was like, I'm nervous.
You're a bold-faced liar.
I'm a little nerd. Hey, Nate. Hey, Nate. I want Matt. I'm rooting for Maddie. I'm just saying, when I was watching the game, it made me nervous. You know, that's all I'm saying.
I make you nervous. I was impressed. I was totally like, oh yeah, Maddie got this. The drive.
I'm not saying she played bad. I'm just saying for what the sky might be. Because they only got one roster spot, right? So they just,
and that's for the backup. Yeah, that's for the forward position.
Yeah, but that's not a huge need, right? So that's what I'm saying. They looking at for best fits. Morgan Birch also plays backup for. Maddie plays backup for, right? So I don't know. We'll see. I'm rooting for Maddie Westbelt though. The other thing, hold on. The other thing, and I'm almost done, so we gotta respond to all of this. The other thing I put in my notes is I expected Kamilla to be more dominant. Kamilla kind of disappointed me a little bit. She didn't play bad. Kamilla played solid. I just expected more. I expected, especially with the way the offense is now. I expected a little bit more from Kamilla than I saw. Right. It was only one game, so this is just one game evaluations that I took. I don't have any weight in none of this, like this on one way or the other, right? One thing I didn't like, but I'm not gonna hold it against Chicago because Jeff only played the starters the first half. He didn't play them in the second half. The second half he played Tyler. He played, thank you. He played everybody else in the second half, but I need to see more threes, right? I felt like they won a bad game, if that makes sense. They only made about 7 threes that game. They attempted like 30. So I want to see them hit around 14 to 15 threes for me to know, like, okay, that's when we really playing good to compete with one of these, elite teams, the Aces, whoever's, the Liberties. We got to hit at least around 14 to 15 threes, getting 100 points. That's what, if you take a look at what the Aces shot, they shot, I believe it was 14 out of 32 when I looked at it. And I think the game where the Fever went off against Brazil, they hit 15 out of 33 or something like that. I forget what it was. So I just want to see the Sky be able to hit that too. I want to see them hit, double-digit threes or whatever the case may be. And then I had in my notes that Ariel Atkins need to step up. She another player that disappointed me. She been disappointing me since Unrivaled though. I don't know where her game has been over the summer, over the winter into the summer, I should say. I don't really know where her game has been, but so far she been disappointing me. I ain't see her do nothing in Unrivaled, and she ain't do nothing in the preseason. So she need to step it up a little bit. And then I got the bench. The bench is a little weak. I feel like our bench need to step it up. I'm not really too mad at the bench right now though, because I feel like right now is where they're trying to figure things out, right? They're trying to figure out who they're gonna cut, who they're not gonna cut. So the bench isn't as stable as a starting lineup. So I understand the starting lineup, we already know, but the bench is still, we already know HVL is gonna be there. We know a couple players is gonna be there, but they still trying to figure out that last spot. But I feel like the bench need to be a little bit more solid as well. So those are my notes I took from what I saw from the first preseason game. What you guys' thoughts on that?
I'm gonna go real quick because I'm still at work. I'm gonna make this quick. As far as Maddie, I feel Maddie's gonna stay. They want her to, especially seeing how they were concentrated on her workout in the practices. They, her, posted at the 3. She already has a perimeter shot, so you got to worry about that. So I think she can play 3-4. And they was already talking about, Jeff and Tyler was already talking about her before the draft. If they could have got Sanaya, they would have got her too. But they was already saying they was watching Maddie. If Maddie had came out last year, she's your first round pick. Easy. Her senior year was her worst year because coming off injury. So you keep that. You keep a first round. You basically got 2 first round picks. And as far as Ariel, I'm not worried about Ariel because you know what she can do. They probably like, hey, let Kamilla and Angel kind of get into a groove. Angel's in her groove because she did Unrivaled. So I'm not really too worried about Ariel because you know what she can do. She's a defensive killer. Like you saw her fighting over those screens. That's what I was excited about, seeing a guard fight over screens. And all you saw Angel, like with Showtime posted where Angel and Kamilla was like, yeah, we finally got good guards. Because they do. They got good guards fighting through screens and actually setting them up for, you know what I'm saying, for the right pass. Like the no-look passes, that was good. So I actually think they just like kind of weaving, you know what I'm saying, getting through the motions right now. But seeing their practices and how they're competitive and they going against each other, how Angel, like, you know what I'm saying, wrapped her arm around E-Will and scored on her. You know, I think they're going to be really good. You know, they got them ranked number 10, you know, so they're going to come out blazing and they got to come out on fire. So I ain't too worried about it. I think Maddie will have that last spot. So, and seeing Kia, the way she can move around and hit that, I didn't know her trigger was like that. I didn't know Kia Nurse's, you know, saying she had that trigger. But even seeing her practice and in the game, and she said, and I think I pointed this out, this is the first time she said she's been healthy in a while since her ACL tear. So even last year she wasn't healthy, and she said it's the healthiest she has felt in about 2 years.
Copy. Good points.
And Michaela Unrivaled is still slow. I'm sorry. She's still slow. She belongs on the bench. She's still slow and belongs on the bench. I thought it looked like she lost some weight, but she got slow feet, man. She got sand in her feet. I don't know what's going on. You know, some people just don't get it, but she's not fleet enough for the actual 3 position. So I'm sorry. She belongs on the bench.
I thought, like I put in the chat, man, Angel was as advertised. I thought Kia Nurse and Hailey Van Lith were the standouts because you didn't know what to expect, and they looked pretty good. So they got, I mean, all the teams is preseason, so I don't put too much into what I see. It is what it is. I want to see who got the hustle and, you know, who got the fighting for, you know, I want to see the hustle play. So probably about, they only play what, 5 preseason games? So games 4 and 5 is,
I think only 4. I think after we played so I think for us might be 3. We played Brazil. Our next 2 games against Minnesota, and then I think we play y'all. We play
and that's what I meant to say, man. We was having a conversation a couple minutes ago. The rivalry going into this year, I'm wondering if the WNBA going to pick up on it. Is Angel and Fee bringing it over from Unrivaled?
Yeah.
That's the more right, because they play kind of the same position, right?
Yeah.
That would make more sense than trying to pit her against Caitlin. I mean, I understand why they do it, but it makes more sense.
Well, no. So to your point, real quick, Mika, to your point, Coach, again, the Angel Caitlin thing came from college.
Correct.
Now that they both in the pros, they're gonna make other rivals. Like it's gonna have like the Angel feet thing happened naturally in Unrivaled. They just, you know, and they like each other, right? They cool. Or at least they was before that. I don't know where the relationship is now, right? But that's what happened. You can't help. A rivalry is gonna happen. You got two great players clash. Charles Barkley, Karl Malone. Right? Yeah. Hey, we both the 2 best at this position. I'm going at you. But my point is the reason why they was at each other's head is because they was both great players and they was both at the same position. So it was like me and you naturally gonna bump heads now. You get what I'm saying? So that's what's happening. Same thing gonna happen with Caitlin. You know, I mean, I really think they playing nice right now, but I think Caitlin rival is probably Sabrina because they got similar play styles, right? Right. So I think they might, and then they both of their teams is good now. So
yeah, but Sabrina better do better than what she did in them damn finals.
Oh,
well, she gonna get
listen, but that's motivation. That's motivation for the next season, right?
Make it true. And let me clarify.
Build the bridge and get over that shit already.
Sabrina in that school was one of my favorite players, but she was.
We get one, and y'all want to dig a fucking hole for us? Fuck out of here, B. We can't live. We just got one.
And then another one that's gonna be right. So it's right now it's probably at the point guard position until somebody else, maybe 4. You could throw Skylar Dickens in there, but right now the rivals is probably Caitlin, Sabrina, and Chelsea Gray. Like those 3 people is probably gonna be, you know what I mean, fighting.
Chelsea Gray is on something right now, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Those
Gray
listen,
like
she get the apology. People been talking bad about her skills. She's called the point guard for a reason. Y'all like, really? Really?
Chelsea Gray get the apologies award too. Because I was not familiar with her game.
I don't know yet.
There's a storyline between all of them, right? You got Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark fans will tell you she's the best point guard in the WNBA.
She's
right.
not.
Then you got but you got some people who will say it, which is fine. I'm not mad at it, right? That's how, she's good enough that you can argue it. Let's just say that, regardless if she is or not, she's a good point guard. You can argue it. So for the people who feel like she is, they'll tell you she is, right? Then you got the Chelsea Gray fans that'll tell you Chelsea Gray the best point guard, and she got championships and all that to back it up. So you can't argue with that, right? And then you got Sabrina Ionescu, who's similar to Caitlin because she's new in the league too. She just got a couple more years, came off injury, all of the things, but won a championship now. So now she's going to be able to brag because I think she's entering her prime. Mikachu, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Sabrina's starting to go into her prime, right? So now you're going to have Sabrina there that's going to have a conversation. She's going to have a word to say, well, who's the best? You can't overlook me, right? And then we all know Skylar Diggins is a little bit older, but we know she's always going to be competitive, right? No matter who she plays, regardless of where she falls, she could be the fourth best one. Regardless of where she falls, she coming to compete. So I think you might have to throw Skylar Diggins' name in there. So between those 4 point guards, we should have an interesting. That's what I'm saying.
Rightfully
so. So that's what I'm saying. We should have an interesting between those 4 point guards, interesting matchup to see who's going to come out as the big dog.
You gonna throw Enrique in there?
I mean, if you want to say Enrique's a point guard, I look at him more like a 2. So I compare Enrique more to Kelsey Mitchell. And I feel like it's the Enrique's, it's the Kelsey Mitchell, was the Drew Lloyd. I would say that's the crop right there for Enrique. You know what I mean?
Hey man, you gonna get a bunch of hate mail from the Plum fans.
Oh, throw her in there too. But she said she want to play point guard. So what you put her with, the shooting guard or the point guards?
Exactly, that's my point. You excluded her from the
out of the point guards. Okay,
yeah.
But Plum, listen, Plum nickname is a dog, so she the underdog. You get what I'm saying? See how I did that?
You know how I feel about them dogs.
So because a lot of people is going to overlook. There's going to be a lot of guards that are going to be overlooked. Either one, because they don't distribute or facilitate as per se like your Chelsea Grays of the world or your Caitlin Clarks of the world, right? You know, those Jalen Brunson type of guards were like, yeah, you're at the point guard because you're on the shorter stature side of the game, but you do a lot of scoring. Those scoring type of guards, ergo your Kelsey Plums, right? But technically she would be the size of a point guard. Carla Leth, if she comes over and if she plays, a lot of people have overlooked her, but because this little research I was doing on some players that didn't get a chance to stick, right? She could probably make some noise. She's in that Kelsey Plum type of lane, you know what I mean? And her name probably could be thrown in there, but she's more of a scorer than a facilitator. And that's why you'll see some people say, all right, how do we define the point guard? It's up in the air for me. Because I'll say, yes, Chelsea Gray is a better facilitator, hitting the certain angles off her passes than Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark may have a little bit more velocity on her shit because you see how strong the girl is. Ergo, she's shooting from 36 feet and shooting step backs. Doing step backs, she James Harden like a dude.
Man. Stop the madness, bro. That's not a natural shot that she does. She be chucking. That's not no regular natural shot.
Call it what you want. They're going in. I don't care.
They're going in, and then there's another player that does it too. Sabrina Ionescu is another player that does it too. All I want to know is does Sabrina shot?
I'm arguing. You trying to make it seem like she's strong, like she just taking shot like Steph Curry. Like when Steph Curry pull up like from 30, that's his natural shot. He's not chucking it. When Caitlin pull up from 30, she's chucking it. Come on, man. Let's be real, man. Cause I'm not saying it's
Mothra, you complaining that somebody gave you $1 million and $5 bills, dog. Stop.
Because all I can say is, I'll ask you, show me. I give you Sabrina Ionescu, who also shoots 30-footers. Straight up and down without leaning into it. I'm talking about leaning forward, looking like they're throwing into the straight up and down. Sabrina. Diana Taurasi was another that did that too. Diana Taurasi was another who did it or could do it or did it often enough where you could be like, okay, they got it in their bag. And Caitlin Clark, could you give me another that goes straight up and down, either off a step back or straight up and down from around 30 that's hitting that? If it's a chuck,
Bruh,
if it's a chuck,
hitting does not go straight up and
but
down. 45%, bro.
25% from 30 feet out is.
Oh my god!
Man,
All
y'all
right,
crazy.
You got it, bro.
Why you worried about form and technique? What difference does it make if it's going in the hoop?
Because that's what he was trying. He was trying to build that narrative, like, oh, she's strong and she's that. That's what he. Nah. I couldn't let him do that shit.
Because there's no other woman attempting that shot and hitting that. That's why I say that, Mo.
Yeah, Mo. We gonna have to.
Woman attempting that is Sabrina. Sabrina is the only other woman you will go if you go look at the shot chart at the distance of shots. The only other person who is hitting a shot at that distance is Sabrina. And it doesn't look like they're chucking it. It don't look like they're forcing. Like now, you know what I mean. Like somebody's leaning forward to the shot.
They're doing, bro.
Man, I don't care if she do a backflip when she shoot the damn ball. It go in the hoops. It go in the hoop. I don't. Y'all arguing semantics. That does not even matter. Get the ball in the hoop. However you see. I don't care if she drop kick it. Get the bitch in the hoop. That's all that matters.
Yo, listen, everybody hit the like button, man. Everybody hit the like button.
Man, I'm on like 4 different monitors right now.
Everybody subscribe to the channel. If you watch this on a playback, holla at me in the comments. You already know I'ma holla back. And listen, man, I ain't see a super chat in a minute, man. So Reese came through and she showed y'all, you know what I mean? She showed y'all the wave, man. I mean, $1. I'll be happy with $1, man. Just, you know. Send a brother a super chat. Nah, but y'all guys is Paige. Man, Paige always looking out for me. Shout out to you, Paige. I appreciate you. Paige says, don't forget about Paige Beckers. Yes, don't forget about Paige Buckets, man. Don't forget about it. A lot of people, they listen. It's a let's use keyword. Every team gonna have its own trajectory, right? So everybody looking at the first Dallas game. First of all, they played against the defending champs, right? Or, you know, not the defending champs anymore, but a championship team. I should say that. They played against a championship team. So you got to kind of expect Paige to have some growing pains, right? Every game ain't going to be pretty. So everybody watching that game, like I heard some people say they was disappointed and they not. Listen,
I saw that too, man. I was
give Paige some time.
She hit him for 10 points. She ain't going to drop 40 her first game in.
Right. So
I think people were saying she was being too passive. Yeah, like she was deferring to the vets on her team. She was even deferring to DJ.
It's game one. It's game. Yeah. She just came from college. It's game one. Pump the brakes.
I don't really blame her though. She turned down like 2, maybe 3 shots, but Carrington was out there doing some crazy stuff, man. What was that all about? Like, matter of fact, the whole
learn they
team
place.
Was doing some ISO ball stuff. The only person that was trying to do some team ball was actually, surprisingly enough, Enrique and Paige. Everybody else on the team was doing ISO ball stuff. They wasn't trying to pass or do nothing, run no plays or anything. They were just doing ISO ball. I'm like,
really quick.
I changed my mind on that team. That team gonna suck balls.
Really quick, 03. Real Money dropped a $1.99 super chat. Appreciate you, Real Money. Brian Allen Hines dropped $2. He said LOL.
Hey.
But yeah, so
but it's all about fit, bro. Like, first of all, it's the preseason, so you gonna get your shots up, but the season ain't even start. So you got people, just chucking it just to get their points up.
She ain't even had a chance to take off her sweats yet.
I don't even think
situation like Caitlin and Kelsey Mitchell, because she down there with Enrique, and Enrique's been, Enrique can go off on you, but Enrique will dribble the air out of the ball. So
Enrique
she was actually passing
only does that because she knows she don't got no solid shooter. So once you proven that you can shoot the rock, she'll pass that shit to you. But if you miss that shit, don't expect that ball coming back.
Also,
but listen, Tamika
got trust issues, and I feel her on that.
Trust issue.
To Mikachu's point, though, I agree with Mikachu. I would say though that I don't think they was chucking up the ball to get their points. I think it's more so it's an uncomfortable thing when you're trying to figure out a new offense. Everybody who gets a new coach and a new offense, like right now, we looking at Chicago and we saying, oh, we like how they look because they look like they got a flow, and this is all new. Dallas got the same thing, right? It's not flowing as well for them right now because right now, Paige is going to be the facilitator. Enrique is still a scorer, right? Because and then they bought Dejanay to be in the stopper, but in all that, an offense got to work. So right now, you can't just look to Enrique and Paige and say score all the buckets. So I think they trying to figure out their roles and when do I put it to you like this? What's her name? Sammy Wickham that you like?
Yeah, Sammy.
She said it the best. If y'all watch her, and I'm gonna get matter of fact, let me get to this right quick before I finish my thought. KL Jones, shout out to you for the $10 super chat. Says loving the flow of the show and the topics, Brooklyn. Keep up the great work. Hey, L, I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Sammy Wickham said it the best. She said, right now I'm on a team with Alyssa Thomas. What's the other girl's name? I'm forgetting their name. The big three. Alyssa Thomas.
Paige, Ty Harris, Dejanay.
No. Alyssa Thomas. Anyway, the other two girls.
The Mercury. Oh yeah, Satu Sabali and Satu. Why am I blanking on Kai Cooper?
Kai Cooper.
Yeah.
She said that they're gonna get most of the attention, and so she said the reporters asked her because overseas, Sammy is a star of her team. She said she puts up a lot of shots. She's aggressive. So she said, this is going to help me because when the ball swings to me on this team, I can't just catch it and not be aggressive because it's going to free them up now. Now I got to be aggressive, even though I'm not the star of the team over here. I'm not part of the big three. But when I catch the ball, I still got to be aggressive like I'm the go-to person. You get what I'm saying? And I think a lot of that is happening in Dallas. Yes, we know who Paige is. Yes, we know who Enrique is. Those are the top two dogs. But it can't just – if your offense is going to work, all five people got to be effective. So I think that's where the shot is coming up at because Dejanay can't just catch the ball and just be like, all right, I'm just holding it to pass it back to Enrique. They're going to be easy to defend. You get what I'm saying? Dejanay got to catch the ball and be a threat. Even if her being a threat is a – let me drive, kick it, and it's gonna swing, and the ball gonna end up in Enrique or Paige hands anyway. She still got to be a threat to be a scorer because if you don't believe in her to be a scorer, then what Mo 3 said is gonna be absolutely correct. They gonna suck and be trash all year if they think they just gonna rely on two people to be their main scorers. All five people got to be threats in their own right, and I think that's what we seeing right now. We seeing a new coach implementing a system that these players is like trying to figure out, well, where's my shots coming from? How do I be aggressive? Even though we know these two is the big dogs. So I think that's what we see.
Yeah.
And some teams is gonna look better than others. Like I said, right now in Chicago, the flow of the team looks good. Angel got her shots. Kia Nurse was able to get her shots, right? Everybody was getting their shots in the starting lineup. I feel like the bench looked a little shaky to me, but I understand that. Like the bench, I feel like when the team is flowing in Chicago, I feel like when the team is flowing how it's supposed to flow, HVL is going to get more shots up. She was more of a passer in that first game because there was a lot of players on that team trying to make the roster. So yeah, she was more giving. She made her little tough shot, her little tough layup, and she was more dribbling down, facilitating. Not saying she's gonna facilitate too, but she's gonna be able to score as well in the bench. So that's what I'm saying is that's gonna help our bench look better, along with Rebecca Allen knocking down shots off the bench, along with Michaela Wnba, so on and so forth. So that's why I'm not putting too much weight on what I saw. Right, I know it's gonna look better once they chop that lineup down and it's it's more of a flow. But
game 6, bro, game 6. By game 6 in the regular season, you will know all the questions will be answered.
You will know what's funny. I disagree with that. I say this in the NBA too, though. I feel like we don't know because teams there's gonna be a team that come out and get hot. It's gonna be teams that come out and start slow. We're not gonna know who a team is until around, in my opinion, around like probably just before All-Star break. right? And I say that I say that the same thing in the NBA. A lot of players in the NBA, a lot of people who watch, they get hype off of the first week of watching the team, and they be like, "Oh my God, the Lakers is looking so they beat Denver." That shit don't mean nothing. Just because you beat Denver when the season first started, you gotta beat Denver in the postseason. You get what I'm saying? And we don't really be knowing who these NBA teams are until around All-Star break, and then they start to really form. You start to see who's who. And I think that's what's going to happen. So over time, it's going to get better. So by game 6, to your point, Coach, we're going to start to see, okay, it's coming. It's coming. But by All-Star break, you're going to really start to see who's who and what's what, who's really good and who's not that good.
Agreed. It's still preseason.
Any one of you guys can answer this. We got a question in the chat. Gabe Vane says, how do you guys feel about Bree Hall getting waived today? She had 2 natties. I thought they said natties equal greatness. Okay, I think this is a petty question, but I can answer.
I know it's a petty question.
Hey, listen, answer it though. It's a legitimate question.
Hey, man, just because you won a natty don't mean you fit with the team you in, man.
Well, yeah, you could say that. But to indulge in the petty, I heard championships and defense matters, and for all those that would watch SC, you would assume they are a good defensive team, right?
And she one of the best. She was one of the better defenders. Listen, I'm gonna go out there and say Bree Hall could play on my team any day. I think she did. Let's just be clear. People forget in politics. I think she's getting cut because the Fever just don't have many roster spots. And I said that when they drafted, I was the one saying before the draft when people kept saying, "Yo, who should the Fever draft?" I was like, I don't really want to talk about it because I don't think they got a roster spot now. I do think they should find a way to keep Michaela Timpson because I like Michaela Timpson on that team. So if they can keep her, they need to keep her. But
I think
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They're gonna have to figure out who they cutting because if I'm not mistaken, that's a full team over there in Indiana. So I think that's why she lost her spot. It wasn't really her play because I'm gonna be honest with you. Any team Bree Hall goes to, she's gonna be an asset because what she does is 3 and D. And you need that. If she could knock down a 3-ball consistently in the W and she could defend, she going to be an asset to any team she goes to.
I'm of the mindset because I listen to like many different podcasts and Sue Bird's one of them. And she was like, yo, when you come out of college, you got to bring like intangibles that the team needs. So you can't just play regular like you've been playing in college. You gotta bring something else to the table that the team actually needs. And I've been saying like the W, you left college, so you really don't have that much work to go with a trainer. But like, okay, this is a team that I'm looking at, and I need to bring something else to my bag. You know what I mean? I got this midi, I got this defense. I need something else to make myself look way more outstanding than regular, these 12 girls on the team? Not girls, women, but you get my point. You know what I mean? Than these 12 women on the team. Because unless I'm a star, unless I'm like the top 5, I know I might get cut.
But to your point, and I think you bring up a great point, Mikachu. You gotta, if you want to stick around in this league, because it's limited roster spots, you gotta find a role. You gotta fill it. If you don't have a role on the team and you just there, you liable to get cut. Yeah. And I think that the skills that these girls have out of college, they already have it. I think, and that's why it's good that for a person like Sue Bird to have a podcast to talk to these young girls, these young women, and say that so that they know now when I come in training camp, I'm not just coming thinking I just got a job and all I got to do is just play my skills. What they need to do is find out from that coach what's missing. And then do that and become that, right? Because a lot of players, even in the NBA, these rookies, a lot of them get on the floor by playing defense. You might not have been a defensive player in college or whatever, but you get on the floor by showing you could defend first. So if you figure out what that coach needs or what that team needs, even if that's not what you was known for in college, if you become that for that team, you'll keep a job. And then eventually when you have a spot now and it's your spot, you can now showcase more of your game. But that team might just need you to just come out and play defense and hit an open shot. or play or just come out and not turn the ball over and pass it, be able to keep the flow of the offense going, whatever it is, you got to come out and just be that. So that's a great point that you make. Really quick, Gav Vang sent me $1. I appreciate you. Gav Vang.
I wanted to indulge in the petty so bad real quick. I wanted to indulge in the petty because somebody said, and he trying to get Twitter famous, but somebody said Kamilla Cardoso needs to get in line and and not be given anything. She needs to prove it. Well, so if we're going by the natty argument, which I do like that, I can adhere to that. On every team, the player that has the most national championships, we're going to defer to as the primary offensive. We're going to run all our actions to this person. They're going to be the main focus of our offense. And for the Chicago Sky, if we're going to do that, Mariah Jefferson is your star player with her 4 national championships. All them natties. And guess what? 3 of those 4 years she was getting 10 points a game. Ooh, you gotta love it.
You're stupid. So look, he was taking the petty route. I like to be educational on my show, so let me take the serious route. So of course the natties is a good, if you win a natty, that's a great check, right? Or that's a great box that you checking. Is it important for you to have won a natty if you're a great player? No, you don't have to win a natty, right? But I think what would help certain players and hurt certain players is how do you perform in big games, right? How do you perform in big games? What have you done? So for instance, we look at Paige Beckers, right? Paige Beckers just won one as being the best player on her team, but we know, like, if we look at Paige had help, right? She had help. So to expect her to come into the W and just be able to do stuff by herself is going to be crazy, right? That's why I said Dallas is going to have growing pains. So, you got to allow Dallas, you got to allow them to put in the pieces for Paige to be Paige. People, the same thing they wanted Caitlin to do. Caitlin ain't come in and was just all rosy from the beginning, right? Caitlin came in and struggled a little bit. And then she had to find her footing, and now she got her confidence. Same thing with Angel. Angel didn't just come in and then everything was rolling. There was a couple games that she was out there struggling before the double streak started, right? So it's the same thing. So yes, natties is important, but I think people was overstating the natty thing. When we say natty, when we say Kamilla and Angel has a natty, we saying that they know what it takes to win, because not a lot of players do. Win is win. Period. Winners know how to get it done, even if they're not the best scorer on the team. Just how Wody Mack just said, Mariah Jefferson was averaging 10 points on her team, but I guarantee you the tools and the lessons she learned from winning, she still have them. Now, regardless, she can execute them because of health is a whole nother thing. But so winning, again, that's a great box you could check. If you a winner, is going to stand out. Certain players, you could tell who winners are because they do the things necessary to win games, right? And they typically win more than they lose. But again, it's how you lose. I think that's the most important thing, right? And I'm gonna leave it at that, because I could be petty and going in some detail about some players y'all love and how they lost that y'all don't want to hear. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna let you use your imagination and say how you lose is important. Because and then I will say this, because I think somebody has said something earlier in the conversation I never addressed. Sometimes people was able to see the way you lost. Sometimes people focus on certain people highlights, right? And when you focus on those highlights, if you just look at the highlights and you don't look at the totality of what happened, it looks amazing. Right? It looks like, oh my God, this is the most incredible thing I ever seen. I never seen nothing like it. But then when you see everything in totality and you see the highs and the lows, you go, oh, well, Superman can be, and I'll leave it at that. I'll let y'all use your imaginations with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. The natties does matter, But the thing that most people don't factor in is not just the winning, is the basically what Brooklyn just said, but on the opposite side. He said about how you lose, it's also about how you win. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Because look, Robert Horry, one of the greatest winners in NBA history, but nobody talks about him like that. Why? Because of how he was winning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Big Shot Bob.
yeah, you gotta for the natties to actually really matter. I say in my opinion, you have to be at least the third best player on that championship team that won the natty. If you're not and that's the very least. That's like it has to be at least that, but preferably the one or the two, the first or the second.
Yeah, I agree with that. Top two. I agree with that. And then look, I'm gonna do this because I already Mo 3. I can hear the Caitlin Clark fans, even if they watching this on the playback, right? The haters I'm talking about. I can hear them saying this. Yeah, but in that game, Angel Reese played against Caitlin Clark. She was the fourth best. Da, 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 da. Listen, she was in. No, I'm talking about point wise. I could hear them saying that, right?
Yeah, but
she was in foul trouble, right? She was in foul trouble in that game, but she was the leading scorer of that team for the whole tournament. Let's be clear.
But even with that, yeah. First of all, the first thing I say when they throw that out there is like, okay, if she was the fourth best player, then why did she win most outstanding player? Then why did she get the MVP?
Right, she was the best player. And when I say fourth, I'm talking about they say the scoring, but you're right. Me and you both know she was the best player on that team. Let's be clear.
You know what I'm saying?
But I'm talking about that's the argument they use when they talk about that game. Oh, she was the fourth leading scorer.
Yeah, but the thing that most people don't know, a lot of people don't know, is it's a 2-game thing. It's the Final Four. People think it's the Final Four and then the championship game is like two separate things, but no, the championship game is part of the Final Four. So they count those 2 games, and in the game prior to that, in the first Final Four game, she was the best player by far. Yeah. It wasn't even close.
And Iowa lost because LSU was a buzzsaw. But nobody beating LSU. LSU was just that good. Same thing when South Carolina went undefeated. Same thing this year when UConn beat South Carolina. UConn was just that buzzsaw. Everything was clicking. Sarah Strong was on some other stuff. AZ Fudd was on some other stuff. And they couldn't be stopped.
Yep.
It's crazy though. A lot of people was picking UCLA and Notre Dame though.
Absolutely. And guess what? I was watching it and I picked them too. Because Lauren Betts was on fire. When Juju went down, we all knew what was going to happen with that because I was so disappointed after Kiki Iriafen, the game after Juju went down. I was looking for her to take control, and they put the kibosh on that. But
Ryan Marshall was the star big in that
Ryan
game.
Marshall, yeah. So it's a lot. It's a lot about who your teammates are. I would tell anybody. Caitlin Clark balled out her senior year, but a lot of those games, if Kate Martin wasn't hitting them shots, Iowa would have had a lot more losses. So at the end of the day, I don't care who the star is. If your team is balling, you're going to win. LSU was the better team that year. UConn was the better team this year, period.
Good points.
But I'm not sure though that's quite accurate. Because Hailey Van Lith, even though she hopped around, she's in the league, and Flage, we expect her to be coming to the league too. So I don't know if that's 100% accurate in the way that you're framing it.
That's part of it. Some people leave. NIL is a reality. You got to deal with it. That's not an excuse anymore.
Exactly.
That's the reality. So, hey, I did a video today about the whole Hannah Hidalgo and Olivia Miles thing, and I'm looking at it from the standpoint of just watching 2 great young players. I'm like, y'all wasted greatness over some whatever y'all issue was, and I kind of related it to, me being here playing for the Eagles. I had to I was watching when T.O. and Donovan McNabb happened. And I remember, it doesn't matter which side you fell on, who you thought was right or wrong. I remember Donovan McNabb saying, I wish we could have ironed things out because we would have broke records together. And they would have. And I see the same thing with Hannah Hidalgo and Olivia Miles. That was greatness with them together. Now, what they do apart, we're going to wait and see. But to me, that looks like a wasted opportunity for whatever that reason is. That ain't whatever that conversation they was having in between them bleachers. How come they couldn't have that conversation a month ago in the locker room? Them the questions I want to know.
Good point. That's a great point. I'm still excited to see them both play next year. I want to see, hopefully, Notre Dame retools, and because a lot of those players was vets, so a lot of them was leaving anyway. I shouldn't say vet seniors, and I think TCU is gonna be a perfect offense for Olivia Miles. How far she goes, I don't know. I don't think she's gonna, make it to the Final Four, but who knows? We'll see. We really don't know what's going to happen next year. But I'm still looking forward to seeing them play. I'm disappointed. I disagree with you a little bit, Coach, and I know why you said it, but ain't nobody watching Penn State. We will be checking in on none. We will be checking in. We will be checking in on Keone McMillan, see what she's doing. But that's
Penn
about
State
it.
was last in the.
Ain't nobody watching
Penn
State.
Garbage.
I do not. I wish she would have made it more competitive. Listen, if she made the best decision for her, cool. I can't argue with that. But I wish she would have made a more basketball competitive decision.
Bro.
Yeah.
I can't get mad at her. She passed that check, man.
And I could get mad at her because that's going to affect. If you plan on going to the WNBA, these decisions going to affect you. So, yeah, you cash that check, but you going to Penn State. Where does that affect you in the draft?
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
That's my point.
So all money ain't good money. You just.
Do you think that's who gave her an offer? I don't know if we taking into account, again, I don't know the full story, but is it that many people wasn't knocking on her door and that was who had the best offer available on the table?
Could be.
That's what could happen. We don't have a story.
I don't know.
I
look at it from the standpoint of a coach now. I'm like, we were built different.
But see,
if you didn't like somebody on your team, I wasn't friends with everybody on my team. But you had to respect them. You ain't got to like me. You ain't got to agree with me. But you got to respect me. Because if we on the team, the minute we step on that court, on that field, on that diamond,
we need each other.
It's all about business. And you put all the other bullshit to the side, and then we can hash that out at some other time. But when we hear this is about business, and these kids ain't got that no more, because when the going get tough, the tough go to the portal.
Yeah.
So
or the weak.
The week, yeah. But don't nobody want to finish the fight.
Yeah.
Because my example is everybody in here, you got somebody in your family that you grew up with, and you had you wasn't friends, then you was friends. Y'all done been through some shit, and the relationship ends up being stronger. Or if it's not stronger, you still got respect because of the stuff that y'all been through together. And these kids these days, they don't have that no more. They done lost that lesson.
I agree with you, Coach, but the one thing we can't do is change time or the times we in.
Nope.
So
100% correct.
So at this point, we just gotta adapt, right? Like if you that coach or you that organization, you in the time. Listen, I'm all for the players making their money. So I can't when you hear about the story, especially about the Fab Five and how these college athletes was hungry and they couldn't get a meal, and if they take anything, they it's whatever. I'm all for the players getting it. It's way overdue. So it's like we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't say the players deserve to get paid, but we annoyed in the era of them getting paid. We in the era now, so I think. Listen. Even though we prefer it to be a lot of people probably preferred to be how it was when they was there. You got to accept we got to accept where it's at now, and we just got to adjust. We got to adjust to these players. You got to know as a coach, you're not gonna have a player for 4 years. If you have a player for 4 years at this point, they're rare. Like you got a rare breed. And you got to understand that it ain't gonna be many. Like Hannah Hidalgo to me seemed like, okay, I'm 10 toes down with you, Niel. Florge, I'm 10 toes down with you, Kim. If you get you one of those, then great. That's gonna be your leader, your foundational player. But you got to realize, look at what happened. I think that's so crazy. Juju goes down and her whole team is like, all right, I'm out. Like they just totally just left her high and dry. That's crazy. That's like no loyalty. No, that's like you just said that when the tough get going, the weak hit the portal. That's like nobody that's like got no backbone and like, nah, we gonna
like
build.
deuces.
Right. Most people that you think got a backbone to say some shit like, yo, we gonna build this back up. Our star player is down, but we gonna ride for her. We all gonna work on our games in the offseason, come back better. You expect that? Nope. They all said I'm going. And the funny thing is, a lot of them made weird decisions. Like a lot of them, you going to that team? To that team? Oh, you really just wanted to get playing time because
they want to be a big fish in a small pond.
Right, exactly. So
I think,
but that's where we at today.
Yeah, I think they could, because you both got a point, but I think they should try to like do a compromise. I think that they should make it like find a way to like, yo, you have to spend at least 2 years. You can only transfer one time. One time. You can only hit the portal one time. I don't want to say transfer, but the portal. Because before they was getting paid to transfer, they could still transfer. They just wasn't getting paid to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I think money is what's really like kind of messed it up. It gives them an incentive to leave. It's like, okay, things is not going exactly how I want it to go. I might as well just leave and get paid. Before, people would tough it out because they'd be like, hey, it's not going exactly how I want to go, but if I leave,
grass ain't always green.
It might not go the same way over there, so let me just see what's going on here. Yeah. But now they got money. When you throw money into it, it's just like,
it's a wrap.
Yeah.
We'll see. Everything grows, Paul. So, this is this iteration of what the transfer portal is now. We don't know, and 5 to 10 years what rules is going to be put in place.
Dude, you already see Trump done jumped in the conversation now.
Oh, what happened with Trump?
Trump said he thinking about doing like an executive order to put some type of stipulations on NIL money.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that.
What the Trump is tripping, kid. That nigga, he trying to mess with everybody money, man. What's wrong with this dude, man? This man talking about.
I don't even want to get in that conversation, bro.
He want to tariff movies now. 100% tariff on movies. I'm like, yo, what the hell, this dude? Man, this dude gonna make shit.
Hey, man. Dude. As Americans, we can't complain because we put them in office.
We gotta deal with it.
And when I say we, I don't mean me, but I gotta say we. Nah, because that's what happened. That's what happens, man. Like, it was a lot of people saying, "Yo, red flag," but everybody was like, "Nah, this is the guy. It's all right, cool." This is the guy. And now, all the people who were saying this is the guy, where they at?
Why are you?
That's me. It's sad to say, but that's me. That's why my brother stay telling me hey, that's you. That's your guy.
So listen, you already told us what we ain't asked. You already told us what we ain't asked.
Bro, you voted for that dude?
It's your guy.
Man, listen, man.
What's good with your man?
Can't complain now.
That's I chose the best available option at the time, man.
Yeah. I got to bounce, bro.
Hey, Coach,
I got enough money where it hurt me yet.
I appreciate you. You always
welcome
Mac,
on the panel, Brody. Good talking to you, Mikachu. Go ahead and get that channel up. What you waiting for? Playing around, Mikachu. Waiting on you. Stop playing around. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Y'all have a good week.
All right, Coach.
All right, Coach.
Yeah, man. But getting back to women's basketball. What you guys? Yeah, I know. I gotta fix it every fucking 15 minutes. You got what's your guys' thoughts on even these next preseason games coming up? I know I'm looking forward to seeing the Sky versus Minnesota tomorrow. or just any team calling in you guys' interest?
I'm waiting for that first Liberty. I'm waiting for the first Liberty game. We gotta wait a little while longer.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you guys this question. What's you guys' thoughts on, and I know she just got a training camp offer from the Atlanta Dream. What you guys' thoughts on Cheyenne Sellers getting cut before they even played a preseason game?
I was gonna ask you if you had addressed that already. I thought that to be quite interesting, and it's the amount of speculation out there from other talking heads is interesting to me. Some people are saying that the Valks wanted to have a certain type of aesthetic for their roster, seeing as the area they're in. They want to be the international team. Hopefully they can draw attention from that. Maybe also too, Cheyenne. Some people was like Cheyenne was the way that she was behaving was like she didn't really want to be there. So they was like, all right, well, we'll let you get out of here. I don't know. But then for her to get picked up immediately by Atlanta, it shows that it wasn't injury related.
No, I think it was personality.
It definitely wasn't injury related, so you can get that narrative out of it. It definitely wasn't injury related.
That's what was the first thing that came up. People talking about maybe that knee wasn't as good as we thought. But then they get picked up. I'm like, okay, it damn sure wasn't that. So, and then what I find it to be even interesting, it's a good look for Atlanta to a certain extent. Maybe y'all disagree here, but in a way, they kind of got a doppelganger of Ryan Howard now. Like you've got Ryan Howard off the bench to get Ryan Howard to spell Ryan Howard in.
That's a terrible comparison. Their games ain't nothing alike. See, the thing that, and this is why I always said, in my opinion, this is why I was, because I don't want to talk bad about Cheyenne Sellers. I don't think she's a bad player. I'm just not, me personally, I'm not high on her. But the problem with people is they see a height and they think that, oh, you this height, that means you play the same. No, just because a person is 6'2" don't mean that they good at basketball. Like, you get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying she's bad at basketball, but everybody saw the 6'2" height and they started losing their minds. And that's why it's funny, because I'm sitting back and I'll be searching now. I'll be searching people channels to see how people were so strongly on Cheyenne Sellers just a few months ago, what they got to say now. And there's a lot of people that's quiet. There's a lot of people that was argue me down. And I ain't changed how I felt. Everybody know that I ain't changed what I said at all. But these people is quiet. So I'm still waiting. And the funny thing is, y'all all know the people I'm talking about, because y'all all go to these same chats and y'all all hear the people that's super high on Cheyenne Sellers. And I probably was the only person that was like, nah, she not that good. You know what I mean? People was trying to convince that she was as good as Olivia Miles and that blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, whatever. And now it's funny because the GMs obviously didn't believe that, because she went 17th in the draft.
Yeah.
And not only did she go 17th in the draft, she got cut from a team. Yeah. This is somebody who y'all was trying to tell me that should have went to the sky, that was so good that we might not get her, and whatever. You get what I'm saying? So I really want to see how many people would keep it real and just be like, damn, I was really wrong about that. But everybody quiet now. You get what I'm saying?
It is? My G is, again, and I like using the Ron Howard example again. Some people's name is going to be hot, some not. But this thing that it seems like it might become a real thing, hence because of the Juju Watkins of the world, where you have 6'1", 6'2", 6'3" players with guard skills, and how some people can envision how that can be very hard to defend when you have a player that tall that has guard skills that can go downhill and attack the basket. It may be a matchup nightmare for some people, the Serena Sundells of the world, so on and so forth, right? The Zay Greens of the world, so on and so forth, right? Just because
Serena not that good either. I try to tell y'all that.
I was watching that game. I watched that Seattle game.
That's why Serena went after Cheyenne Sellers in the draft.
I watched that game. I did watch that game with Serena just to get an idea. Because
Zay Green, I feel like should have went higher. She nice. Zay Green is nice. Yeah, she nice.
It's the only thing with me was like some of these 6'2" players. They not very. They kind. Some of them are kind of stiff in their movement. Juju is a lot more fluid in her movement to be that tall.
Yo,
And
stop.
Ryan Howard is very fluid in
Wait.
her
Please, respectfully, stop mentioning Juju in the same names with these peons, please. Juju is overhead, right? When you mention these other guards, you mention them, and you group them up. But stop saying Juju and Cheyenne Sellers, or Juju and Serena Sundell. It's just because they do the same height. They don't have the same game. Let's be clear. And that's another thing that annoyed me, because again, Brian Allen Hines and a lot of other people who said this, when they saw that game where Cheyenne Sellers had somewhat of a good game against Juju, they was like, "Oh yeah, now we need Cheyenne." No, we don't.
And again, that goes back to just what I was saying. I think it may be the move going forward, where a lot of GMs are going to be searching hard for any player that's like that tall with guard skills, and maybe hoping that they can develop it, or that they show some flashes, or maybe the person shakes out. Because another one, Janelle Salone, who I've been high on as hell, right? And the Valks picked up. I'm looking forward to watching the Valks if I'm going to see Carla Leth and Janelle Salone. If Janelle Salone shakes out to what people are hoping, they've been going crazy about it, and she really does shake out in the league, and she's 6'2" and has those type of guard skills too, man, you're going to be seeing people going crazy. It's, the trend.
That's
the trend.
Crazy, L.
You got to stop that, because yes, I said that too. That's crazy that Caitlin Chen is still there, because we all know Cheyenne Sellers is definitely better than Caitlin Chen, but whatever.
Yeah,
but
lies.
But listen, we got to stop thinking that height. Listen, basketball is basketball. And again, y'all know I come from the men's game, so I got a lot of comparisons that you can't just take a player. Like, so you basically telling me that if Allen Iverson was on the board at 6 feet, maybe, right, 5'11", 6 feet, and he was undersized too, right? He played the 1-2. He played people forget Allen Iverson also played point guard. Right, he played point guard and shooting guard, but when he played shooting guard, he's undersized too. You mean to tell me you'll take somebody taller than him to play just because they taller, and you're like, oh well, he's 6'8"?
We would have to go back through some of the drafts and actually see it in real time.
You can pick a name. It ain't many people. It ain't many people. Allen Iverson is in a short list of shooting guards, bro. Like how many people you need to look at? All point guards.
The only one. There's plenty of people you could look at. Alonzo Mourning was an undersized center.
Right. So height ain't everything.
Charles Barkley.
Some GMs do look at the height though too, and the potential, the athleticism, the height. Sometimes they really do take that into account.
How many athletic people we see in the NBA that was trash?
Enough, Anthony Bennett.
So cut. That's what I'm saying. Basketball don't work like that. The first thing you got to look at is a person game. Can you ball? And that's why again going at using and again she hurt her ACL pop. So prayers out to her. But Georgia Amon, I was on record before the draft saying she has to be, regardless of her height, she got to be the first point guard to come off the board, because out of the point guards over a course of multiple years, she was the best one, regardless of her height. You get what I'm saying? We can't just look at height and be like, yo, you this height, so you supposed to know. You got to look at game first, and then height comes second.
Yeah, because you could be.
That's like idealistic, though, right? One reason I say that is idealistic, because if the bigger player shows flashes, and I don't know how much they may be paying attention to everything in a whole, but if the bigger player shows flashes, they're gonna get more leeway.
You've been watching basketball for too long to say that, because you got a Magic Johnson, right? And I'm using great players now. This is not the norm. You got a Magic Johnson who was 6'9", who was nice, but then you got a Isaiah Thomas who was 5'11" and nice, right? Yeah. And you can find players in between that's trash, from 5'11" to 6 feet. So you can't look at somebody that's taller than Isaiah Thomas and think that they're gonna just be Magic Johnson. Like, don't work like that.
Isaiah Thomas was 6'1".
He might have been 6'1". He might
have been that.
I don't think he was 6'1" though. If there's anything, he was 6 feet.
I'm not putting y'all on the spot with this one, but all right. For those that remember the Ben Simmons hype, right? Because of how tall that boy is, how tall that dude is.
But Ben Simmons, if you remember, he was nice. He fell off after the whole whatever thing. He got worse. But Ben Simmons was rookie of the year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you get what I'm
Carter
saying?
Williams, another one. Michael Carter Williams.
Exactly. He was somebody with height, but just like I don't know what happened with him.
Average, just
but
average.
That's my point. You can't just look, and that's what, and bringing it back to the girls' game. That's what a lot of people do. They start to, because listen, I understand the conversations. Y'all all heard me say it. You heard me say it, Mo3. You got certain guards in a like, so for instance, let's use the Chicago Sky. I thought we had too many small guards, so I didn't want another one. It wasn't saying that small guards couldn't play. Bro, my brother in here. It wasn't saying I dropped the link for anybody who want to jump up. You want to jump up, bro, guard. But I wasn't saying small guards can't play, but you can't have too many small guards on your team, right? You gotta, if you look at the league again, I haven't looked in a while, so rosters change. I don't know who's what, but before all the trades and everything, the only team that had multiple 5, 6 and under was Chicago. Everybody else had one. Atlanta had one. Jordan Canada. LA had one. I forget the girl's name that played in. I believe she was from Arizona. Forgot her name. Aaron McDonald. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of teams had one small guard, and then the rest. Chicago had
and Evans and Lindsey Allen.
Well, Lindsey Allen was 5'8", so but they had Mo Jefferson and the girl that just went to the Aces. I forget her name. Dana. And then y'all was talking about, well, we should draft Georgia Amore. So now that's 3 people. That's crazy. You get what I'm saying? So that's what people started to misconstrue that conversation of, no, we don't need another small guard. We already got 2 of them. We're going to draft the 3rd one now. It ain't have nothing to do with talent. It just didn't make sense fit-wise. But if we just talking about talent and who deserves to be in the WNBA for game, Georgia Amore absolutely deserves to be in the WNBA because her play proved it. Now, will she translate it when she stick? That's up to her. We got to see it. I think she can because she got the step back. She got the skills necessary to get her shot off, right? And she could shoot the 3-ball well. She could get to the rim, and she's a great passer. So those skill sets tell me she probably can play in the W. But with that said, again, you don't want too many small guards on one team for defensive purposes.
Look up. There's another player that I actually did watch it. I don't know how much y'all paid attention to it, but did you hear about Maya McDermott this past season too, who was also the 5'6" guard from UNI? Is that the university?
Talking about the girl that played on Atlanta last year?
No, she was in college last year too. Maya McDermott.
I don't know.
5'6", but her game is very, very. She's a score first type of guard. She made some amazing shots. She was up there on the leaderboard for scores in the nation too. But she's like 5'6". But she went to like UC. I think their mascot is the Jackrabbits. University of Northern Iowa. Yeah, UNI, University of Northern Iowa. Maya McDermott, y'all look that up. But yeah, I was like, damn, she could actually ball though. But I don't think she got picked up. She might have been a senior this year and maybe been able to come out. But she's somebody actually that could play. But maybe they looked at her height and was like, and also the school she went to, maybe that's not sustainable.
And that's bringing me back to my Keomi McMillan point. Depending on the school you pick and depending on what you do, how much winning you able to do is going to determine your draft stock. So I don't know if that was a great move for her, but hey, listen, I'm a supporter. I'm a fan of her game, so I want to see what she does. But teams need a point guard. Listen, we'll see if how Malaysia Fawali does, because LSU needed a point guard too. So she's coming in to be that point guard now. You don't think she's gonna do well, Mo3?
Nope.
One,
no,
two,
I think
three.
she's gonna do okay, but I don't know about at the point guard though.
Nah, I don't see her at the point guard neither. And I like Malaysia for a while.
I agree with y'all to a slightly extent. So I would say this. When I think about Malaysia Fawali, I think about her more as a shooting guard, but I do also understand that players can develop, and I wouldn't take that away from her. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like AI was so like I said, he was such a great scorer that if you have conversations with certain people, they'll be like, nah, he's not a point guard. And it's like, he played point guard for the Sixers as well. Everybody remembering that 2001 season where Eric Snow was there, he played the 2. But Eric Snow got traded. He played the 1 as well. So it was like
Allen
sometimes
played point guard for almost his whole career.
Yeah, he played point. No, but what I'm saying is,
and college.
No, you absolutely right, Mo3. But that's because you educated. What I'm saying is, people who remember him as the MVP, Allen Iverson in 2001, they just remember him from that season, and they just remember him playing the 2. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you could be so great at something that's all people remember you doing, so they don't think you could do nothing else. So that's what I'm saying. And what we see from Malaysia is we see her being a scoring guard a lot. So we don't see her being a guard that's able to facilitate to her teammates and score, because I don't think she'll ever stop being a scorer. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, she might have other areas of her game that we just haven't seen yet that I don't want to say that she can't do. So that's why I said I do agree with what y'all saying. I just said to a certain extent, because I'm giving her that grace to say, well, maybe she can play point. We never seen it before. So that's why we saying that we see her better as a 2, but maybe she can play it.
No, I'm saying that because she's a dynamic player all around, and it does depend on the type of players she has around her. Because she threw a pass and old girl wasn't ready for it, and the shit just went out of bounds, so that was like a turnover on her part. I played before, and my favorite players was Allen Iverson and Jason Kidd. So I was a pass first point guard, and that shit used to piss me the fuck off. I did all that work to get you the fucking ball, put my body on the line, and you didn't even catch the shit because you there just being in awe and watching me? The fuck?
That's a great point, Mika. But I would say this, right? Because again, you know, in SC, she would get pulled a lot. So what if we just remembering that the blooper play? Because again, she didn't get a lot of opportunities to like make those. Because what I'm saying is this, let me say it in other words. What if you make that play 10 times, but the one time the player don't catch it, but the other 9 times they do? Now we not worrying about the times that the player missed the catch. You get what I'm saying? Now we just saying she making, you know, she with teammates who can catch those passes. But if you playing on a team like SC, where it's like you got to show at least you throw a pass like that, a player miss it, you hit the bench. Now we sitting there, we over talking about this. But it's almost like missing. If you went, somebody said, I forgot who said it. I think it was one of the girl players. I think it was the girl that just got traded to the Aces. Anyway, they were saying, what did Kobe say to you? And he told, was it McCautry? Anyway, it was actually it was Angel McCautry. No, I thought it was Drew Lloyd. It was Angel McCautry. I remember in the wrong interview. It was Angel McCautry. She was talking about the Olympics that Kobe was in, and she said Kobe told her that there's no such thing as a shooting slump, right? So if you believe, if that's your mindset and you believe that like Kobe does, the only way that you come out your shooting slump is to what? Keep shooting, right? And then once your shot stop falling, you're not in your shooting slump no more, right? But if you stop shooting in the middle of your shooting slump, what you gonna talk about? I'm in a shooting slump. That's all you focused on because you never gave yourself an opportunity to come out of it. You get what I'm saying? So that's my point about Malaysia. Again, I think you made a great point. I'm not saying you said nothing wrong, but what I'm saying is with more time, with more minutes, maybe she do excel as that passer, making those fancy passes, you know, and we see it more, and those players is catching it like a Malaysia, like a Flage or Michaela Williams. Maybe they catching those passes, and now we not harping on the miss passes so much because we see so many her teammates catch her passes now. You get what I'm saying? Whereas in SC, she's being pulled. So all we focusing is on, oh, she threw the pass, turnover, she on the bench. So now that's all we talking about.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I feel you.
But even if that's the case and she do turn into some super point guard, it's gonna end the same.
I didn't say that.
It's gonna end the same way. It's gonna end the same way it ended this year with her in tears, because UConn is gonna whoop them up again.
That's very possible. Listen, they got Sarah Williams. They got Sarah Strong.
Yep.
Listen, that's very possible.
They still got AZ.
Who's gonna be? I think she's gonna be a bigger problem because she's gonna be the Page. Meaning, I think she's gonna be the go-to player. Like, she's gonna be the main scorer. Her and Sarah Strong. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem this year.
They still got a big three.
Yeah. And then who knows who Gino got coming from high school.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So great point.
Hence why when you on a super team like UConn and you win a championship, man, yeah, all right. You probably had 5 high school All-Americans with you.
Bro, God. We got somebody new on the panel. We got my brother, Bro God. What's going on, man? How you been? It's been a long time, Bro God. Where you been?
Brooklyn, what's good, man?
What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
I'm glad to be able to get on your panel. Finally,
man. Been looking for you.
I just jumped in the middle of the live, so I don't even know what the topic is. I just saw you're looking at the players in Chicago Sky training.
Yeah, so right now we just having an open discussion. All right, it's a free flowing conversation, so we can really talk about anything women's basketball that's on your mind. But to answer your question, what we touched on so far, we pretty much touched on the things that stood out to us about training camp. Obviously with Chicago, we talked a little bit about the Liberty. We talked a little bit about the Fever and a couple other teams. And then we also had a little bit of CBA talk. Right now we talking about how certain players is gonna fit on a new teams, with the portal craziness, madness. So we just having an open discussion, man, about basketball. You could touch on anyone. Let's talk about your Fever, man. How you feel about your Fever in season 2? Y'all got a strong veteran team. You've seen 2 preseason games so far. What you thinking? What you like so far from your Fever?
All right, yeah. So that's a good place to start. I'm one of those people. I try not to get too high on what I see in preseason. Especially when you got a lot of new additions, people are building chemistry, and you don't really have an idea of what the final product is going to be. Yeah. But at the same time, I saw a lot of people, both, like Fever supporters and Fever haters, drawing conclusions from the games. And something that annoys me is that I feel like people will watch a game and their mind is stuck in last season, if you understand where I'm coming from. Mm-hmm. So like a great example is Angel Reese. People would be like, oh, Angel Reese can't really handle the ball or bring the ball up court. So how is she going to do this whole point forward thing that Tyler Marsh is? But the thing is, if you've been watching Angel Reese from Unrivaled through the training camp clips, you'll see her developing her ability as a ball handler, she's not making complex reads, but she's making like basic point forward reads. She's getting the ball into the post. She's distributing. She's executing the high-low at a fairly high level. Yeah. So it doesn't make sense to talk about Angel Reese from a 2024 perspective. That's not the same player that she is. And right. I see people doing the same thing with the Fever. For example, I saw people clowning the Fever's defense over the weekend, which was insane to me because the Fever held the Mystics to 74 points through 4 quarters and an overtime. Yeah. Like that's elite defense, period. Holding a team to 74 points over 4 quarters and overtime is elite defense. And if you watch the game, they really only played bad defense for the first quarter. After that, Stephanie White locked in, made the adjustments, got some energy on the floor. Sid Colson went out there. She did her thing. She's really not that great, but you only need her for like 2 minutes. Sophie Cunningham did her big one, really and truly, like as a two-way player. She even did some ball handling. That was something I didn't expect. And I got more out of that Mystics game than I did from the Brazil game when Caitlin played. I saw what they looked like without Caitlin on the floor. Yeah. I saw those players go down by 15 points. against a mixed team that was playing physical. They were playing hard. They were hard fouling. They threw Sophie to the ground a bunch of times. They were beating Wnba up in the post, and I'm just thinking like this is a preseason game. Like what's with the intensity?
And they were short 3 players: Shakira, Austin, Aaliyah Edwards, and Jordan.
Yeah, no, they were missing players, but they were playing hard. So it wasn't like your usual preseason game. But the thing is that the players on the Fever, they figured it out. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't, like this whole fluid, dominant performance. But they did it without their point guard on the floor. They found a way to win when Kelsey Mitchell shot something like, I don't even know, 2 for 10. I can't remember the exact numbers. But she was cold. The entire Fever team, I think, shot like 30%. And they pulled the game out. And that was impressive to me. So, like, games like that, like I said, it's just preseason. You really don't know what to expect. But that was a positive sign that they could actually, like, lock in on defense and be like, all right, yeah, you scored 30 points in the first quarter. We're not letting you score that many in a quarter the rest of the game, period.
Listen, man, I agree with you, man. I don't know if I agree with the Mystics part saying that was great defense against a team like the Mystics that we know is trash. But I will say that I like what I seen from the Fever. I like what I see as far as like ball movement wise. I like what I see as far as sacrifice wise. Because my biggest question marks about the Fever, and I'm not saying that they 100% answered just yet. I still want to watch and see. But my biggest thing about the Fevers was those news players coming in. Was they gonna sacrifice and understand that the Fever already got a big 3? So since the Fever got a big 3, that y'all coming in to be role players. So I wanted to see if Wnba was ready to be a role player or she still thought she was a go-to player. I wanted to see if I knew Natasha Howard would probably fill a role, so I wasn't worried about that. And then I wanted to see how Sophie Cunningham would come in and fit. Because sometimes you could just have too many pieces on a team. So I just wanted to see how this team gels. So far, I like what I'm seeing from the Fever. I think the Fever looks they look well coached. They move. One thing that I like that I saw that Caitlin is playing off the ball more, right? That was a struggle to get her off the ball. She's playing off the ball, so I like that. And I like the ball movement. I like the fact that it's team ball, it's not ISO ball. So they coming down, driving, kicking, shot, stuff like that.
Brooklyn,
yeah.
I gotta give you respect because when you tell me that you've seen her play off ball and you see the ball movement, that tells me that you watched the game.
Oh yeah.
That tells me that you watched the game, right? And I know there are people that are gonna be in the chat and they're gonna probably run to other people's channels and they can be like, "Oh man, bro, Gad, this and whoever." I'm not calling no names, but there are people that are.
No, fuck that. Diss them. You in a perspective. Diss them.
No, exactly. No. They will tell you, "Oh, I watched the game and Caitlin's just doing the same thing that she did last season." She's just taking the ball up court and she's just high usage rate. That's bullshit, dog. That's telling me you didn't watch the game. You didn't watch the game, or you watched the game and you watched it with a 2024 mindset.
Well, sometimes you got to realize, and I don't know how everybody watch the game, and I'm not saying that I have some type of high level of watching the game, but you got to also understand different people's basketball IQ. When I'm watching a game, I'm looking for certain things. Some people might miss it. Some people, it might happen in front of them, but they might miss that because they're not looking for that. So when I watch the game, certain things just automatic. I didn't watch the whole game because the game, respectfully, it was boring, right? It was a blowout. So I was, in fact, I watched it. I was in the guy who was up here. I don't know if you just saw Coach. He's another Fever fan. I watched it in his chat. Well, I was in his chat while we was watching it, actually, I should say. And we was talking about the game, and the game, I didn't watch much of it because it wasn't much to watch. They came out and obliterated Brazil. You know what I'm saying? But what I did when I was watching it, what I did see was what I saw. I was like, okay, they doing this now. This looks different. There's certain things that I saw that was still the same. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. They've been showing me Caitlin Clark working on her ball handling all off season, and then I see her still pushing off with this arm. I'm like, that's an offensive foul. So it's like, I know they're not gonna call it. They're not gonna call it, but I'm like, okay, she still hasn't worked on her handle enough where she's not pushing people. She's still out. If you watch her play, every time she got the ball, she's doing this, right, with her offhand. and they're allowing it right now. So we'll see how much they allow it.
Maybe that might be a lack of being able to get separation. But there was two moves. There was two moves that I seen. One that I felt it was questionable, and when I say questionable, I mean like would they call that? But I see men do it too. But I've noticed now she's doing. I guess Keith Porter's been working on it. She's doing an in and out dribble a lot more, setting up right. But with that in and out dribble, she's also planting the foot and doing. It's almost like it's a cup. A lot of OGs, a lot of old school basketball fans be like, "Yo, she's carrying the ball." But it's in the same way, you know, like how AI can have it way out there, or even Kyrie, and like they cup the ball and drag it across the like a drag cross. They basically would call it. Like it seems like it's hanging in the air and then they just snatch it real quick. She's doing like a drag cross, like I see some of the men do. Maybe something that Keith Porter's like trying to add a couple of tools to her bag.
They try to add some like street ball flair to her handle. That's
yeah. The in and out in that drag cross. I'm like, okay, I don't remember her doing, but when she did it coming off of the screen, she had it out there coming out like an in and out, and then she snatched and pulled it. I'm like, oh, well, hold up, that looks new. You know what I mean? And then she went into her patented step back three, which I mean, she's always had that step back, right? But it's just looking like more. It's looking more fluid, like more a little on a tighter string. You know, she a gym rat with it. That in and out and drag cross again. I don't know if that's something that might get called, but she had that thing like how AI used to do, hold it up there in the air and then just snatch real quick. Bang.
I mean, it's not. I haven't seen what you're talking about. So, as long as she's not putting her hand under the ball, it's not a carry. You could have your hand on the side of the ball and do that. It's not a carry. But what I was talking about is more so when she tries to start her drive. If it's a person, so if you got weak defense, she don't need it. She's gonna just blow past you. But if you're a person that got some type of solid defense and you can stay with her, she's gonna push you. Like watch it. I'm not saying this as a Caitlin Clark hater or nothing like that. I love basketball, so I just know, you know what I mean? I could watch basketball and see things. She does this damn near every single time she dribbles. Like, so it's not like something you can miss. If you watch her play, she's gonna put her arm up and she's gonna start pushing as she's driving, as she's dribbling and she's driving. She's gonna push with this arm, or if it's the ball in his hand, is this arm. So she was doing that last year. She's still doing that this year. So that's what I'm saying. When you have if you somebody, and again, it's not with Caitlin Clark now. This is just in general a basketball player. If you somebody who have good handles, you don't do that. You do that when you're a little nervous with your dribbling. If your handles is not that strong, that's when you start to use, you know, the other tactics or whatever. But again, I don't think they're gonna call it because they didn't call it last year. They called it last year sometimes on her, very rarely, but on other plays, like for instance, another great example for y'all, another person who does this a lot. They called it a lot on Marina Mabry. Marina Mabry also, because she doesn't have she's not fast. She don't have the athleticism, so she push off a lot. When she want to get her shot off, she just push you. You get what I'm saying? And they'll call an offensive foul. So what I'm saying is, they probably not gonna call it on Caitlin because certain people, you know, they don't call it right on you. If you're a superstar, whatever, they won't call that call on you. But that's just something I thought that she was elevating because I watched her on all these dribble, you know, tutorials all season. I was like, okay, she getting the handle better. And then I watched a clip of that and I'm like, oh, she's still doing the same shit. I'm like, I was confused. But anyway, I say that to say, I could see where the fever and even Caitlin, because Caitlin looked more confident this year too. So I could see where she's gotten better, and I could see where she still needs to work. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I'm watching a totality of the game, so I could see both. Again, I'm not none of you guys, because you already know, bro. Glad we talk basketball all the time, Wody. But you already know she got a lot of fans online, a lot of trolls online. They don't want to never hear no constructive criticism or nothing bad about her. They think that she's the greatest thing ever. So if I say anything like this, it's like I'm hating. No, I'm not hating. I just know basketball. When I watch her, it's things that she got better at, and I could say, yo, she's more confident. I like the fact that she's playing off ball now. She's stronger. Even on defense, I see her giving effort now on defense. Like what she does is she try to do the dig a lot. I don't know if y'all seen that. She digs in. So if she's off ball and she's guarding over here in the corner, if you drive towards her, she's digging in, trying to swipe down at the ball. Right? So she's doing Stephanie got her doing that, being active off ball or whatever the case may be. On ball, she's still not that great on ball of a defender. But I could see growths in where her game is like improving, still the same, or just certain things that maybe she's not good at that she needs to work on. So those are just a couple things that I noticed watching the game.
Yeah, no, Brooklyn. I'm gonna stick a pin on that point, and then before I move on to the aces, because I really want to talk about the aces, right? She does push off with the off arm, like you can't get away from that. But to me, like that's just a bad habit. That's gonna take like at least a couple of seasons for her to get rid of that when she's really confident in her handle. That's just one of those things, like you come out of college and like your coach literally got to beat that out of you every single practice because you're going to go back to that. That's what feels natural.
Really quick, because I want you to finish your point, but I want to say something about this. I actually disagree with you. I don't think she's ever going to get out her game because they don't, what you just said. In order for you to get something out of a player game, you got to punish them. They don't punish her for it. They allow her to do it. So as long as the refs is not going to call it, she's going to have it in her game. Like, she's not going to take it out. So that's where I disagree with you at. But I do understand what you're saying. If it is I do agree that it's a bad habit. And I do agree that if she was getting the proper punishment, it'll come out her game. It's not something that she can't fix, but it's not something that you fix by being coddle diva. Like I said, certain players, and it's not just her, it's the superstars. In a male game and a women's game, they do this. If you're a superstar, you get superstar calls. So you're allowed to do certain things that everybody else is not allowed to do. Right now, they don't call that as an offensive foul, so she's gonna keep doing it until they start calling it.
And it goes even to like players that utilize bully ball, like the Alyssa Thomases of the world, driving your shoulder to people as you're attacking the basket because you're too big and they can't get around you, and you could just knock them off their spot. It's offensive. It's offensive fouls. Ergo, the bully ball style of players, they don't necessarily always call it when they're doing that. Sometimes they get called, sometimes it don't. There go the Shaquille O'Neal's of the world. I like some of the things Shaq used to do to people. He was driving his shoulder into people, like, shoulder tackling. Should get called, but it don't always do. And that's for your bully ball style of players who don't got that.
That's a balanced analysis, though. That, like, to me, that's a balanced assessment. Like, even if you like have those criticisms, like, it tells me that you see like the little things. But yeah, I want to talk about
overall. I think it's good though. I think overall, Caitlyn is gonna have a better season too. Overall, I think she looks good. Definitely, Angel. You could tell, but Angel, you could tell again. A lot of people, and I didn't hear this from nobody on the panel. Just like people in the internet and the ethos, a lot of people were saying things that they didn't think that Unrivaled or 3-on-3 translate, and I'm like, yes, it do. Like anybody who played basketball, no, if you play especially if you grew up in the basketball city. I grew up in New York, right? If you go outside, we playing 1-on-1. That's how you learn. This is how you grow your game. We playing 1-on-1, we playing 3-on-3, and we playing 5-on-5. Those are the three games we play most of the time. A lot of people don't play 4-on-4 online unless you ain't got no choice. You playing 1-on-1, 3-on-3, and 5-on-5. So your game gets better playing all of those games. And then when you get to the 5-on-5 and under the whistle, you start to learn things under the whistle too. But that's how your game grows. So anybody who played basketball know 3-on-3 translate to 5-on-5, especially when you understand the thing. So my point is saying all that as I agree with your point, bro, Gab, because anybody who watched Unrivaled should have been able to tell Angel got better. Like, she showed it Unrivaled. A lot of people don't want to believe it till they see him versus 5-on-5, but that just means you don't know basketball. You get what I'm saying? So now they seeing it versus 5-on-5, and they like, okay, she is more efficient. She is dribbling more. Yeah, she just did all that on the rifle against the best players. Another thing, somebody was like, oh, yeah, she did that. I was arguing with somebody in the comments. They talk about, oh, she did that against weak players. I'm like, nah, this was the best players, especially at her position. Even if you want to say the other positions was weak, the people Angel went up against night in and night out was the best players at her position. So she's gonna get better. But yeah, bro.
Yeah, nah, bro. I came here to clown on the aces because there's a lot of aces glazing.
Really? I thought the aces
there's
good.
A ton of aces glazing out.
No, I'm talking about club. What happened? Like, explain it to me, guys.
All right, bro. The media seems to think that last year was just a down year for the aces, and now Chelsea Gray is healthy, and that's gonna solve all their problems. They're gonna be top 2, top 3 team. I think they're gonna slide to 4. I think they might slide to 5. Like, I look at the number one problem that the aces had last year, and they haven't fixed it. In fact, it's gotten worse.
What's that?
Aja had no help in the paint.
You don't count Elizabeth Kitley as help?
I've seen Elizabeth Kitley right now. Kitley didn't play last year. That's the point I'm talking about. But
Yeah,
I saw Kitley in one preseason game against the Wings. Kitley didn't look too good. Remember, Kitley's been out for a long time. She needs reps. Kitley does not look ready to go on day one. She doesn't. That's a big problem. They brought in Cheyenne Parker-Tyus. She's out.
She got pregnant.
Exactly.
They saying, listen, I don't believe it, and I think she should stay out. But they saying she's coming back within 3 months or something like that, 2 months.
Exactly. So you got a rookie big who doesn't look like she has her feet under her yet. You got another one who's going to be coming back from pregnancy. Alicia Clark left to go to Seattle. So who do you have? Kia Stokes, who was a liability on offense last year, and Queen Egbo, who Becky Hammond refused to play because clearly whatever she was showing in practice couldn't get her on the court. So the Aces situation at center and in the front court is worse this year than it was last year, objectively. You can't say that they got better in the front court.
Okay.
I don't think that.
Yeah, finish your thought.
Yeah, and I don't think Jewel Lloyd is an upgrade over Kelsey Plum.
Okay.
I mean, Jewel Lloyd is not as efficient as Kelsey Plum shooting, and Kelsey Plum ain't even that efficient because she could be streaky.
Yeah.
But Jewel Lloyd is worse. She's a better defender. She's a plus defender over Kelsey Plum. I'll give her that. But Kelsey Plum also has very underrated ball handling skills. When Chelsea Gray is under pressure, Kelsey Plum is the release valve. Jewel Lloyd can't do that. Jewel Lloyd is a shooter.
Okay.
All right. Jewel Lloyd is not out there ball handling and making plays when they break down. So I think the Aces are in trouble, bro. I think the Aces are in trouble. And this is this last point. This is a contract year for Jackie Young. I expect Jackie Young to ball out. I don't expect Jackie Young to be there next year, though.
We'll see. I actually disagree with you. I actually thought, and funny thing is, I agree with you with with your take as far as they needed a big. I've been saying that myself. I've been saying that where they struggled at last year was not having enough help for Asia. So that part I agree with, but I don't agree with that. They not good enough to be if they end up being, because we got best case scenario and worst case scenarios. So if they end up being top four, the fourth of the best, I'm cool with that. I think that's a good play. I don't think they slide to 5 unless something wrong happens. But I do think I think it's 4 teams that's capable of winning the championship this year, and I just think they wanted a 4. I think it's the Liberty, the Lynx, the Fever, and the Aces is the 4 teams that's capable of winning the championship. And when you look at what they did in the past, they have everything that they had in the past, except for maybe what you're saying is that big, because obviously Cheyenne Parker got pregnant. But they have a healthy Chelsea Gray, right? They got a healthy Asia Wilson with a chip on her shoulder. My question mark was Jackie Young, because she was hurt, or she left last season hurt, and then she was hurt all Unrivaled. So I don't know which Jackie Young they get. So far she looked good in the first preseason game. So maybe she healthy. Maybe
20-something points.
Maybe she back healthy. If she back healthy, then that helps them. And then you add in, to your point, Jewel Lloyd, who regardless if you think Jewel Lloyd is better or Kelsey Plum better, well, they both good. It ain't like they lost Kelsey Plum for a bum, right? So it's to me, they still got 4 players that fit a role, and now they need role players around. Now I think they had a really good draft. I'm on record for saying they won the draft only because other teams, Dallas had the first pick. They was gonna end up with Paige. The Mystics had 3 picks and two of them in the lottery. So you knew they was gonna get, what I mean? So it's like other certain teams, you kind of knew what they was gonna do. The Aces lost their first round pick. They had to wait, and they ended up, to me, with one of the better drafts than anybody. They ended up with Aaliyah Nye. Yeah. They ended up with Harmony Turner. Right, I feel like they picked somebody else up. I'm forgetting, or was it just them two? I'm not sure.
No, there was someone else that played well, but I can't remember who right now.
And then they ended up with Deja Kelly, picking her up off waivers. Right, picking Deja Kelly up off waivers. So I like what they did from picking up rookies. I think they got solid rookies. To your point, they lost Alicia Clark, but this is what I think I forgot her name. Whatever her name is, that lady,
coach.
Not a white lady, short white lady be at the draft. Anyway, she said that the Aces. Holly, there you go, Holly Rowe. I couldn't think of her first name. She said that the Aces is looking for. Remember what we just said, Mikachu. If you're a rookie, you got to come in and have a role if you want to make the team. They said they looking for Aaliyah Nye to play that Alicia Clark role, that small ball playing, because she's 6 feet tall, so she's a big guard. If you know her game, she can shoot the three really well. So they looking for her to play that role. Now it's easier said than done, right? She a rookie, she got to come in and play against grown women, and then not only
not
play
as strong as Alicia Clark. She's not as strong as Alicia Clark.
Right. Maybe not as strong, but I was just about to say that you expect that she's not only that she got to learn the WNBA game. You asking her to play undersized now. So it's gonna be difficult, but she has a role. That's what that's her job every day, to figure that out and learn how to do that, right? So that's the power forward for you, though, right? When Asia, maybe instead of them going two bigs, Asia has help in the form of a shooter, right? And the shooter now at the 6 foot. So you have that, and then like I said, Deja Kelly looked like she's playing well. Hopefully she makes it, because I think she might get cut. And Harmony Turner, to me, could step right into Tiffany Hayes' role, right? 5'11" guard, dynamic with the ball, could score it, could shoot it, could pass it. I said score it, shoot it, pass it, could dribble it, shoot it, and pass it. So hopefully, I think she'll make the team, and I think Aaliyah not gonna make the team. I'm a little worried about Deja Kelly, but my point in saying is I kind of like what the Aces have, especially with Elizabeth Kitley. I actually like Elizabeth Kitley, so I don't know. Maybe you need to see a little bit more of her. And it's her first game. She was injured all last year, so maybe it's gonna take her a little while. Again, like I said, people be expecting these rookies to be fucking they best at day one. Right now, they gotta go through their growing pains. But Elizabeth Kitley was one of the best bigs in college. So now you add.
Hold
on. Let me. I'm about to land.
Finish.
I'm about to land. Now you add one of the quote unquote best bigs from college to play next to Asia, who Asia's gonna give her some tutelage. So that's gonna make her better, right? And shout out to Kia Stokes. She was nice defensively. Shout out to Megan Gustafson, who's out now for the year, whatever. But Elizabeth Kitley might be an upgrade over both of them. And now you have that help that she didn't have in the form of a rookie. Well, two rookies now, because this is Elizabeth Kitley's rookie year. So now you got, maybe some young players that could step up and help this veteran team. So I think will they win? Obviously, we don't know who's going to win. You got 4 people who could win. You got the Liberty who could repeat. You got Indiana now who maybe could win it this year, next year, whenever they win it. And then you got Minnesota Lynx who's trying to win it. So I'm not saying that the Aces is gonna win it, but I feel like they in a good position to make the finals. And I don't feel like they fell out of title contention. I don't feel like that.
I ain't gonna hold you, because even though we're not putting Seattle in it yet for whatever reason, but
to me,
that's probably the outcome that the WNBA wants, is to have the Lynx, Liberty, Aces, and Fever in the Final Four. More than likely.
Well, to me, really quick, before you go, bro, Glad, just to answer this question about Seattle. To me, I'm not saying Seattle doesn't have an opportunity, because they got a solid team too. But if you a team like Seattle who hasn't proven it for a few years, I'm not gonna go with you above the teams that just won it, right? Like Aces just won it, Liberty just won it. The Fever hasn't won it, but they with everything they put on that team is looking like they want them to win it, right? It's like you can't hide from that. They want the Fever to win a championship. You could tell by the way that they they putting all the pieces on that team. Seattle has a team too, and they could win it, but you got to knock one of those teams off. Now, if you start to knock one of those teams off, now we start talking about Seattle. You get what I'm saying? That's how that go. But to me, Seattle is right behind those 4. Go ahead, bro, God.
I don't. I'm gonna touch back to who I think is gonna be in the top 4. First, I'm gonna say I don't really think Seattle has a chance. I think Seattle has a big hole too. Their big hole is their spacing. They have a lot of length.
You said a big hole is what?
Their big hole is their spacing.
Space. Okay, sure. I agree with you.
They have a lot of length. They have a lot of size. They could dominate on the inside, but they don't really have shooters. That's a big problem for them, and I think it's going to catch up to them. Now, my top 4, and this top 4 changed today. This is why I have the Aces dropping from 4th to 5th, and that was the Atlanta Dream picking up Cheyenne Sellers off of the waiver from the Valkyries. The Dream already have a roster. The Dream made moves that nobody really talked about. They got Brittany Griner, they got Bree Jones, they already have Ryan Howard, they already have Alicia Gray, they already have Jordan Canada, Naz Hillman. We're talking about an 8-deep roster of all starting caliber players that are elite at every single position on the floor. And on top of that, they just got a top rookie in Cheyenne Sellers, who, for God knows what reason, was not picked up by the Valkyries after they drafted her. And that's the kind of person, she doesn't even need to come in.
She got to make the roster, though.
She got to make the roster. But what I'm saying is, like, if she does make the roster, you got a talented guard on your team that can take her time. She doesn't have to come in day one, right? And be great. She could learn.
You just said, I just said the same thing about Elizabeth Kelly. No, she don't got to come in day one and be great.
No, it's different. It's different because you're talking about Kitley learning. I'm talking about a big that needs to start next to Asia, a big that needs to play significant minutes. Cheyenne Sellers don't need to play significant minutes on the Dream.
I get what you're saying. You're saying that she don't have to start. She can come in slow. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. So to me, like, I look at that, and that move might seem small, but that gives you depth. That gives you depth. Right now, the Aces lack depth, and the Dream have a lot of it, and I think a lot of people are looking past them.
Okay, so you think Atlanta gonna be better than the Aces this year?
I think Atlanta will be top 4. I think they'll be the 4th seed.
Wow,
that's a take. That's a strong take. I ain't mad at you. That's a bold.
They got the talent for it. They got the talent for it.
They do got talent. Like, I can't be mad at you, but I don't know if I see that. But I can't be mad at you. Okay. One thing I will say is, and I do understand why people were saying this, is they roster trash, but I think people is jumping out the window when it comes to the Mercury. I think a lot of people think the Mercury is going to be really bad. And I don't see that. I can't. With 3 stars on that team like that, I think they're going to carry everybody else along. And then, like, you put me on to her, Mika True. Sammy Wickham, from hearing her interview, she sound confident in that lineup. A lot of people overlooking Crystal. What's her name?
Dangerfield?
No, not Dangerfield. Would you say what he meant?
Was it Bradford? I seen somebody saying Bradford in the chat.
Bradford. No, Bradford is on the Aces. Or she's trying to make the. Crystal came from college last year. She played on. She was with the Fever and then got cut. If I'm saying her name, is it Crystal? I think it's Crystal. Anyway, light skinned girl, 6 foot, 2-way player. Celeste. There you go. Thank you, Celeste Teller. That's who I was talking about. She's solid, right? So my point is, I think people was overlooking some of the players that's on this Mercury team. I think I don't know how good they're gonna be. They probably gonna be somewhere in the top 6 too.
I think they're gonna be in the mix somewhere.
They're gonna be in the mix. A lot of people talk about they're gonna be trash. I don't think you get 3 players that play that well and they be trash. We'll see. They probably gonna have some growing pains. Their roster outside of that 3 is a little weak, but I think they're gonna, to your point, Mika, I think they're gonna be in the mix. But Atlanta might be in the mix too.
Yo, Brooklyn, I forgot Atlanta got Tahina Pau too. I even forgot about that. They got Tahina
Pau. Yep. She's gonna be a solid player off the bench for them. Yeah, knocking down threes. So let me ask you this question, then, bro, guy. We did this a couple weeks ago on my show. I think Mo 3 gave his. I didn't hear Wody Max and Mika choose, but if they want, they could give theirs after yours. Who you got? Who makes the playoffs in order from 1 to 8 for you?
All right, so playoffs. I'm gonna in the order that I think. I think the Lynx take top seed this year. Liberty number 2, Cleveland number 3, the Dream number 4, Aces 5, the Storm at 6, the Sky at 7, and that last spot could be the Mercury. I'll give it to the Mercury.
Where you got the Liberty at?
Liberty at 2.
Oh.
I think they'll slack off a little just because they won the chip, and you look at the fall off in the regular season from teams that win the chip. They usually don't go as hard in the regular season. Like, they save their energy for the playoffs. So, and I think the Lynx will be motivated to get the number 1 seed.
So you don't see 44-0 for the Liberty, huh?
Nah, bro. The Liberty gonna fall back, but it doesn't matter because it's the regular season. The regular season doesn't matter for the Liberty anymore. They've won a chip.
So you got, and this is what makes it interesting. So you got the LA Sparks missing the playoffs.
Yes, I do.
So Kelsey Plum missed the playoffs. So then you got Dallas Wings missing the playoffs. So that means Paige
for sure. Dallas Wings are not. They don't have a roster.
I'm not arguing. I'm just pointing because that's what you got to think about when you give your 8. You got to leave somebody out, right? So those are the teams that. Okay, so those are the product because the rest of them I think we kind of already know gonna miss the playoffs, but I think the Wings and the Sparks will probably be 2 teams that's trying to make it. Right.
But the Wings are just their roster is just terrible in the front court. They got a lot of promise with Paige and Enrique, but their front court's terrible. They probably got the worst front court in the league right now, if we're being honest.
I think they're gonna be competitive after they figure out their team because to your point, maybe the front court isn't the best, but they got a good they pieces fit, right? They got a facilitator in Paige, right? Facilitator and scorer. Then you have somebody who gets you a bucket at any time and Enrique. And then you got a perimeter defender and Dejanay, right? And then you got somebody this should be a bounce back year for and Alyssa Smith at your 4, right? And then you still got Tierra McCowan to be
McCowan is who she's gonna be, bro. She's
right. That's what I'm saying. Just as I'm not expecting her to, but I'm just saying to be a big body. So what I'm saying is, you're gonna have defense, you're gonna have some rebounding with Tierra McCowan, and then you're gonna have Alyssa Smith being a scorer, Maddie Seagrass being a scorer at the 4-3 position, depending on how they play her. I think they're gonna be solid once they see. Now, what I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how I feel about that coach. That might be the issue. This might be a coaching. He might get fired sooner than later. We never know because he just don't seem like when I watch him in interviews, he don't seem like somebody that rallies the troops. He don't seem like somebody that gives confidence. He seemed like somebody who knows what he's doing as far as he knows basketball. But I don't know. He just seemed like a weak. And I hate to say this, and I no disrespect, but he seemed like a weak leader to me. He gives me that when I watch him talk. So I don't know how he sticks around, but
he's gonna be under pressure because those UConn fans are not gonna wait for him to figure it out. They want Paige to ball out, and if the team is like underwater early, he's gonna feel it the same way Christy Sites felt it last year.
No, I think the Wings is going to be in the mix. They're not. I mean, I think they might get like the 8th spot if that's the lead up. I think they might, or they might go like 9 or 10. But that's not bad because you looking at a team that on paper last year they should have been in the mix, and then they not. So I think they're going to be a lot better than they was last year, obviously. And now they got Paige. That's going to help them a little bit better with the being more consistent with their scoring. So I think they probably get, if they get 8, 9, or 10, that's a good season. And he's going to keep his job.
And really quick before you go, Broker, I'm not even saying nothing. I just want to say this to remind people: Paige is also a rookie, so we're gonna have to give her growing pains too. Like people be wanting, because you got a name or whatever the case may be, that they hit the ground running. No, give her a good 10 games or whatever it is to try to figure the W out before she start to slowly start excelling. Okay, Broker.
Yeah. This is gonna be a hot take. I think Paige has the highest ceiling, obviously, of any rookie. But I think Sonia Citron is gonna hit the ground running faster than she is. I just think she's in a better situation, and that her skills for Washington are gonna show faster than Paige's skills are for Dallas. My only question to Mikachu is, if you think that Dallas can get in the playoffs, and it's not impossible, the question is, who you taking out?
Oh, who's dead last? I can give you that.
No, he's saying out of his 8. He's saying because he gave you the playoff team, so he's saying who you taking out of his playoff teams to put Dallas in the playoffs.
Because the last 2 I had was the last 3 I got at 6. I got the Storm, the Sky, and the Mercury. So the question is, who do you put the Wings in over those 3 teams?
Sky.
I think the Mercury. I think the Sky will do good, but I think it's between the Storm and the Mercury, just because of like learning how to gel right with each other. That could wind up biting them in the ass in the beginning, and then you just have to make it up, and then it become a little bit overwhelming. I do not trust the Storm right now. I still think they're like maybe 2 or 3 years away from getting back into contention. And the Mercury as well, because they did lose a lot of good, solid pieces. And they, I don't think all the people that they had acquired worked with each other that well. So it's going to be a little bit of some type of... I think those 3 is going to be in a fight, and I'm hoping that the Wings might do it. But I think because of the veteran leadership that they have on both sides, it's probably going to come to a clash, and they might just, wind up shit in the bed.
I respect that.
Now, and my personal take right there, when you did put the Sky in it, yes, there's two avenues I can see where this can go. They're good enough to be in the playoffs. I would give all credence to that. They are good enough to be in the playoffs. They're probably still going to be as solid as they were last year defensively, which is what they're going to hang their hat on, right? But here's the thing. If you can compete with the Lynx, the Aces, and the Liberty, right? Then for all intents and purposes, if you feel like you're as good as, if not, you can beat those teams if you ever get into a series with them, then your aspiration should be WNBA championship, not just getting in the playoffs, right? But if ergo, where I say this is where it may be the Sky not to be in, if they are satisfied with, hey, if our record is not looking good by the halfway point, right? Let's not push it. We probably won't get too far or whatever, and we can get a better draft pick. Take the foot off the gas, so to speak, right? Mm-hmm. They're not pushing, and they're kind of like low-key going in the tank mode to get another great draft pick by easing up. Then, hey, they're not going to be in there. And then Dallas can sneak in. Or even say like the Mystics can sneak in, because I kind of have some faith in the Mystics, and I'm kind of liking this low-key rivalry that the Fever and Mystics are building. Mm-hmm. And I think it's more so to do like an ownership rivalry. You know what I mean? Shoot, they were in contention last year with Atlanta. They was fighting for that last spot. You know what I'm saying? So in that regard, I can see if it's not shaking out for the Sky, I can see them be like, hey, we'll take our feet off the gas and just, take it easy and get a good draft pick.
Nah, but I got the Sky probably being either 5 or 6.
That's a lot of respect. So you saying they basically better than the Storm?
Yeah.
That is what? Really?
Because you gotta realize the Storm.
The Storm not that good, bro. The Storm,
because because dead ass, to be honest, I look at the point guard and they shooting, and the way I got a lot more respect for Kia Nurse and I don't know why Enrique Boom and Wale popping in my head. Ariel Atkins. I got a lot more respect for their game versus the way that the Storm. They not consistent right now. Is all I'm trying to say. The Storm doesn't look very consistent
too, though. And like this is their second year together too. And Becca looks like she's been working on some things in the off season too. She looking smooth. I know it was preseason. Becca is looking hella smooth. I'm not sleeping on Becca. Like, come on now. And she's always been a solid defender. Skylar, what she showed y'all in Unrivaled, yeah, I got a bag and I can get to a bucket too. And Gabby is essentially, a lot of people would disagree. Gabby Williams is essentially the same player. What she showed you in the Olympics that Ariel Atkins is right now. What she showed you that she was their leading scorer for the most part in the Olympics. She is the same exact player because she's tight on defense as Ariel Atkins. They are basically mirror matches of each other. They are mirror matches of each other, but all their pieces have more years, except Gabby Williams, than everybody except.
I don't see a
They are essentially mirror matches, except Skylar's a better scorer than Vandersloot, right? So we'll say that, but they're basically the same type of point guard. Skylar, Gabby Williams, and Ariel Atkins is the same. Is two-way players, type of players that can give you buckets and go put them on their best. Put on your best offensive option.
No, Wody,
I don't see a consistent shooter on the Storm, though. I'm not disrespecting them. I'm just saying.
Ariel Atkins is a bucket, bro.
Ariel Atkins is a bucket, but Gabby did show you in the Olympics when she was the reason that they only lost by 1 against the U.S. team. She was the leading scorer against all the best players in the world on her U.S. Olympic team. Gabby do got something with her. Gabby got something with her.
She got a bag, but I'm
not. Hold on. Can I show you something, though, Wody?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sometimes it's all about play style, right? So when you look at what she was doing in the Olympics, she was able to play her game, right? Which was getting downhill, getting to the rim, playing physical, stuff like that. When we talk about the Seattle Storm and we talk about what they lacking, so they're a good team, they're a good veteran team, but the one thing that they lack 1 through 3, or 1 through 5, excluding the 4, is shooting. They don't have a lot of people that you could rely on historically for shooting. Now, again, we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe they shoot the lights out this season. But we saying that historically, Gabby Williams isn't somebody who you could rely on from 3. Right?
Exactly.
Skylar Dickens, she could hit the 3, but she's somebody who's is not a high volume shooter from 3, right? And then
Nneka went 4 for 5 yesterday.
Nneka is probably their best 3-point shooter, right? I'm trying to figure out who's playing a 3 because Jordan Horston is out.
Gabby.
Well, then who's playing a 2? Then I was putting Gabby at the 2. Who's playing a 2?
Well, Lexi Brown is coming off the bench. I mean,
Lexi Brown. Hold on. Listen, Lexi Brown, you can't rely on because she has Crohn's disease, so she's missing a part of the season regardless. Erica Willer, you rely on. You was just you a Liberty fan, but you watched the Fever. You relying on Erica Willer for 3-point shooting?
Nah, she's more of a downhill attacker.
So that's what we said. You naming these players. Listen. Seattle has great players on the team. We're not disputing that. They have a solid roster, but we just saying when it's time for them to knock down a shot, who can they rely on? Nneka can't take all the 3s.
We just forgot Alicia Clark went over there. That is their best shooter, right?
Alicia Clark is not only Alicia Clark, Madison Connor is there too, and she's gonna. But they coming off the bench.
Yeah, they're coming off the bench.
They're gonna be able to knock some 3s down.
It does give you an option.
But Alicia Clark is more of a defender though than a person that shoots the 3. That she's more comfortable playing defense is what I'm trying to say. Than consistently shooting the 3. She is solid at it, but not as consistent. That's all.
In other words, that team has a liability from the 3-point line. So we want to
That's
see.
what we try to say, bro. That's all. That's it. That's it.
You know, it's a fact, but you know why I give them so much credence? Because that nigga who is otherworldly, like, she's amazing. Like, I'm a big fan of that. She's amazing. And then Ezzy Magabor is amazing, is an amazing shot blocker and defender. Like the paint is on smash. And then you take Leah Rue, who when we watch what she did in this preseason game, she was all up in the paint, but Leah Rue was stretching the floor when she was with the
Let me ask you a question though. What those three gonna do against Angel, Kamilla, and Elizabeth Williams?
That's a dead wash. Please, just if you can, y'all indulge me.
That's a wash.
Please, if you can.
I don't think that's a wash.
Who is completely shutting down NECA?
Nobody said. You see, this moving the goalposts. Ain't nobody said shutting down. I said, what? You just told me how great those players is on Seattle. So I was just showing you what you was forgetting. I said, well, what about those players in Chicago at the same position? Now you talking about who's shutting down? Ain't nobody say nothing about shutting down. I'm just saying, okay, those players is great, but we got some dogs over here too. They're gonna have to deal with.
Now, do y'all remember too? Also, what they did to the Sky last season?
What did Bro Guy just tell you about? He just said it's 2025.
Let's go because it's a new team.
It's 2025.
It's 2025. All right, but I do sometimes like looking at individual matchups when they.
And if you want to remember what happened last season, that's the team that Angel went 26-10 against and hitting the threes and all that. You forgot about that?
I was just waiting.
That was Angel without a bag. Angel bust they ass, bro.
Did they respect that jump shot in that game? Was they letting us shoot that shit?
It don't matter. Letting you shoot it or not, you gotta make it, right?
Right. All I'm gonna say though is new team, right?
Bro.
They have, and I'm actually Seattle's one of those teams. I'm looking forward to watch the Valks for Carla Leth and the Storm if Malung is gonna play. So that's and if Nisa Mora touched the court, I might watch a couple of Sun games.
Malunga should play because she just did an interview and she was talking about her plans on a W. She said she planned on dunking on somebody. She said I can't have no more viral practice dunk videos. She said my next viral video gotta be dunking on somebody.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
We'll see. She gotta finish her overseas obligations first.
So it's like a month from away. All the thing is though, how much burn she gonna get? That's what I'm looking at. How much burn Seattle gonna give her, right? Because she plays a repetitive position. She plays a position that they got backups for.
That's what I was saying. It's gonna be tough because they already got starters. It ain't like she just come in starting. So she's probably gonna come in off the bench, but she's probably gonna be the most talented player. So she's gonna, whether it's next year or later this year, she's gonna end up starting anyway. Like she's gonna be the best player at her position.
Gabby Williams is another player that's going to be missing a lot of the season. Because
I didn't think about that because of the contract, but you're right. She might.
Yeah. It's not she might, she is.
Okay.
She cares about her bag.
No, but that's the reason why I was saying that she got a max deal. I don't know if she ever got a max deal before in the WNBA, but this year she got a max deal. So I was thinking that because she got the max deal, she would take president over the WNBA because she, like you said, she cares about her bag. So because she got the max deal,
she getting more money overseas.
She's already
so the max deal. That's what I'm saying. Her contract overseas is more than her max deal in the W. Okay,
that's what she's saying. She said it in mad interviews. Like,
No. Again, I heard her say that about how much she was getting paid. I don't think she ever got a max deal. That's what I was saying. I don't think she ever said that about a max deal, but okay.
Yeah, a $250,000. A $250,000 is a $250,000. Yeah. So, but all I can say though is, as far as like matchup wise purposes with that 6-7, we don't know. I don't know how great Lee Yu is on defense, but this would be some homework I can go take and go look at the specific matchups when the Sky for each of those bigs. When the Sky played and what Malone, what Ezzy Madgabor did with Kamilla, and what Ezzy and what Leroux did with Kamilla, right? You see how she played against those two, because that'll basically be Camilla's matchups, right?
Thank you. I mean, really quick. Thank you, Carol Jones. That's what I was saying. I know what she said about previous contracts, but this is a max deal. So I thought she would take President, because she wasn't saying she cared about overseas more than a W. She was saying that she's gonna go whoever pays her the best. So she has a max deal over here in the W. I was thinking that she would have played, but we'll see.
Yeah, but she's still under contract for this year though.
Obviously, she don't give a fuck about the contract, because she showed you that already. She care about who's paying her the most.
Exactly. So it don't seem like it's about winning for her, but one of the things I do like about her, when she get on the court, she gives, I don't know who to compare it to, is decent enough effort where like she you get your money worth out of her, but maybe she don't care that much about winning as she do is about money.
No, she made her point. I know exactly what she's saying, and I agree with her. I'm on her side. What she's saying is this.
That depends if they're getting paid euros or not. If they're getting paid in euros, it's more money than the US. €250,000 is more than $250,000 US dollars.
All right. And also what she was saying was this. She's saying that her body is how she makes her money, right? And she was saying as long as she's healthy and can play, she's going to play wherever she's getting paid the most, which makes sense. I understand that, because we all know athletes got a short shelf life. Once you can't play no more, she can't make the money she making no more. So she's gonna use the time that she has to make as much money as she can. I ain't mad at that. That don't mean she don't want to win. That just means what she's a businesswoman. She's negotiating. She's saying if you want me, pay me. And that's what the W did. That's how she got her max deal. So that's why I was saying, because she got her max deal, I would have thought that she would have took President over this season in the WNBA, but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe how much is a max deal in the W? That's
no.
250.
240 is the max amount of money they could get, but it's plenty of people that got max deals that's not getting 250.
Well, somebody look up her contract.
225 as a max deal, and that's a max deal.
All I was gonna say, though,
amount you would get paid. It's just like in the NBA. They got a maximum amount of money that they could pay you, but just because
right, but you gotta realize but you gotta realize a max deal is above a certain limit, though. You still not getting paid. So that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying, listen, I'm not up here looking at nobody's contract or pocket watching nobody, so I can't tell you exactly what she's making. All I can say is she got a max deal, which means she's making the most, like you just said, the most that she can make. Now, whatever that is, I don't know, because I have to take a look at it. I don't be sitting around looking at these players' contracts.
The reason I brought it up, because people keep saying $250,000. But the $250,000 is just the max amount of money that any player could get, period.
Right.
It's not, but you could be on a max deal and not get that. That's what I'm saying. Like, people throwing around $250,000 like it's a guarantee because she got a max deal that she getting $250,000.
Let's see how accurate this is. I don't know. So this says
225. Okay.
Yeah. See, told you.
225 still is a good chunk of change.
Right.
We in the ballpark. 225, 25K off. All right, but we in the ballpark. But all I was gonna say to that, regardless of that, what I was gonna say, if she's saying that she's all about her bag, it's about the money. So let's say if the Connecticut Sun would have threw that money at her, and the Storm was not throwing that at her, she'd probably went to the Connecticut Sun. And
she would have stayed her ass in Europe.
So that it ain't really about winning then with you if you chasing the bag. I'll keep perpetually chasing the bag, which I respect it. But if
but I disagree with that.
Europe if it was going to the Connecticut Suns.
I understand
with that shit.
I understand what you're saying, Wody. I just disagree with how you wording it. You almost wording it as if winning isn't important to her. I think winning is important to her, but she's a businesswoman. So she's saying I'm not playing for free, which makes sense. Like if you was, again, it's hard you shouldn't compare the NBA to the WNBA, right? But if you go to the NBA and if you a max player or whatever, or if you somebody who can make it to your second or third contract in the NBA, you're gonna get generational money. So then this argument makes more sense in the NBA because it's like you're gonna get paid enough for you to take care of your family generation, regardless if you on a championship team or not, regardless if you trying to win or not, regardless if you got a love for the game or not, you still gonna make the money. Whereas in the WNBA, we keep talking about these contracts and what these women are making, right? We keep talking about how Unrivaled is able to pay women more than their whole rookie contract in a couple weeks. You get what I'm saying? So for a woman like her that's trying to make a living, that maybe is probably never, and now with the things that's changing, maybe now they're moved to generational money, right? But they're not making generational money in the W yet. So for her to say my body is how I make my money, I'm gonna play with she's just being a businesswoman. That don't strike me as a woman that doesn't care about winning. You get what I'm saying? She's just saying, hey, in this league, I like nice things. I gotta pay my bills. I'm gonna go overseas, pays us for our talents. I'm gonna go overseas. That makes sense. It just makes so much sense. I wouldn't put, oh, she don't want to win. Because to me, if you say that, then you are bitter, and because you sound like an owner now, right? You a bitter owner that just want players to play for you, even though you don't want to pay them. Well, pay them the fucking money and they stay. Again, that brings me back to my point of they paid Gabby in Seattle, so I'm assuming she's gonna take president here. We'll see. I don't know what she's gonna do, but I think she's gonna take presidents in the WNBA this year because they paid her. You get what I'm saying? So I don't like your argument of she's not a winner or she don't care about winning. I think that's a bad argument.
Brooklyn, the reason I brought that up is because it's already been like reported that she's gonna miss part of the season because of her obligations in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought that was like already y'all already knew that. Like,
no, I don't. Listen, I got a whole day job. I don't. I miss things.
A lot of people in the W who are stars or whatever, they still have like obligations to like other countries that they play at, like France,
Germany,
that I know, China and shit.
That part I know.
They once their season is over, then they come back to the W. So maybe that's the situation with Gabby. She still, got exactly games over there.
But that's why they the WNBA implemented the somebody help me with this word.
Prioritization.
The prioritization rule. And that's why a lot of them get suspended for the season, right?
Yeah. That's true.
That's what got Gabby mad the first time.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I know about all that history. We don't got to rehash that. I definitely know about that. I definitely know that the overseas season coincides with the W season and all that. And I understand that that's part of what's hurting the W product. And that's why the W is trying to figure out a way to fix that. Well, the way you fix that is paying your players. And that's why the CBA is important, right? Because it's a lot of things is going to change, right? You can't have a product that a bunch of your players is just going to miss parts of the season. That's nobody's going to I wouldn't watch the NBA if I couldn't see like my favorite players for a part of the season. I got it.
But that's the catch-22.
I would lose interest.
That's the catch-22. It's like a snake eating its tail, because the solution that you could clearly see is to pay the players more, and they won't do that. But to pay them more, then you got to make more money. Where's the money gonna come from? You know what I'm saying? And that's why that's one of the reasons why it came up, because I'm tired of people comparing Unrivaled to the WNBA. It's not even apples and oranges, because at least those two are fruits. They're not even fruit. That's like a rock and an orange. That's like two totally different things, because the WNBA is fighting an uphill battle. Like you got to look at Unrivaled and look at why it was. They say, okay, it's successful. Look at why it was successful. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that Unrivaled did that the WNBA can't do. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe a team here and there can do it, but the WNBA as a whole, like every team can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Unrivaled was able to get away with certain things just from the location. There's a reason why it was in Miami. No state tax. You know what I'm saying? So
I think to your point though, Mo3, I think a lot of the reason why Unrivaled was successful simply was because it was just on TNT. It was easy to find every week. So I think with the WNBA, the way they make their money is finding more ways to, from what I hear from the past, people would say things like, yo, it was hard for me to find a game. I would have to go on Twitter and search, and sometimes where they said it was airing, it wasn't airing. Nobody's gonna waste time trying to, especially with a league that's not that popular, trying to find the games. You got to make the games super easy to find. So this new TV deal is gonna be the best thing that happens to them, right? The games that's happening and the games that's on TNT. Caitlin Clark, again, I don't agree with the method of having her as the face. I think they should spread it out a little bit. But hey, Caitlin Clark, but I'm not a hater. She's the most popular one according to them, according to the TV platforms. That's who they want to air. So I'm not mad at it. They just better hope this works.
That goes to another point I was about to bring up. One of the reasons is the investors. Unrivaled was able to get investors, people willing to put money into it. The NBA struggles to get investors because people look at it as a losing investment. They look at it like, man, if I put money into this, I'm wasting my money. You don't see any return on your investment when you invest in the WNBA. You know what I'm saying? So people look at it like, oh man, like, so it's hard they fight an uphill battle trying to get investors. Whereas Unrivaled is, you know what I'm saying, it was a new thing. It was like, okay, they haven't shown any losses yet. You know what I'm saying? So they like, okay, it might work or it might not work. But there's at least a chance that it will work. With the WNBA, it's like almost a guaranteed loss. So it's hard to get people to invest into something that has been losing so much money, that has never been profitable. You know what I'm saying? You've been around for almost 30 years and you've never been profitable. So how do you convince people to invest into you? You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something to that right there? I just will say in my lowercase voice, Ion is free though. Ion is free. Ion is very, like, super free. Like, if you put in an antenna into your TV, you can watch Ion. It's super free. I just will say
that's
that.
Where the
Lowercase voice
is helping because I think the WNBA is now still. Well, I saw on ESPN app that is streaming on Disney, Hulu, and ESPN. Not the WNBA game. Some of them is streaming on ESPN, which is helpful because my ass tried to stay, loyal to the W, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's so Liberty game on ESPN." There's no Liberty game, or it's on MSG, or it's on the Yes Network. You go there, they playing other games, so that shit hurt my feelings.
The Ion thing,
but I think it's changing
with the Ion thing.
I think the streaming is helping to increase the eyes, especially since now people are way more interested because of the Caitlin Clarks and the Angel Reese bringing more, viewership to the game. So now they like, all these people complain. I'm like, I want to watch the games. Where can I watch it? And the WNBA app, to be honest, is trash. Cause I'll be trying to watch. So it's not on any of these New York networks. Trying to watch the WNBA game, and it was like, oh, you're a local, so you can't watch it on this app.
Which is talking about? That's so ass. Like this, I think
And
the
these are the
workaround is to
complaints
use
that
the
I would
VPN.
send emails to the WNBA, but they never changed this shit. So
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff that we talking about though is the history of the WNBA. I think a lot of stuff is changing now. It's just gonna take a while before it's able to see which what Mo3 was saying.
But because to your point, the NBA also, this was mad long ago, but till like I think it was the fuck Harlem Globetrotters. Until Harlem Globetrotters came along, that's when a lot more people was getting eyes on the NBA. The NBA wasn't doing too well. People who were playing in the NBA in probably the 60s and 70s had to have a side job because they wasn't making no money actually playing in the NBA. So Harlem Globetrotters, and then obviously after that you had Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, and that's when it started making profit. But that was what, probably I want to say 50 years of them not making bad money in the NBA. So the WNBA is making good strides if you comparing it to the days when probably people didn't have color TV, comparing it to the NBA, and that's a more better conversation to have than comparing it to the NBA now where they're making millions of dollars. We not there yet.
Exactly.
Actually, the NBA was always trash. It was saved. The NBA was saved by the ABA. The ABA was the league that was people would make money in, and the NBA was trash. But the merger saved the NBA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the NBA was straight trash.
Yeah, because I know they used to have the Harlem Globetrotters come on in the beginning, and then the NBA games would be played afterwards, or they'll play the NBA games early, and then you stay there just so you can watch the Harlem Globetrotters afterwards. You know what I mean? So
the ABA actually, you watch an ABA game and it looked like a Harlem Globetrotter game because the ball they used was the same type of ball, and the jerseys were similar, and it was mostly black players.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. J, that's where Dr. J came from.
Yeah.
He came over in the merger. Supposed to be on the New Jersey on the New York Nets, but they blocked it. They say they can't. Dr. J should have had like 3 more rings, but they blocked him from being on the New York Nets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making good points. Like I said, bringing it back to the W, I think these are all things that's changing, though, right? Like these are things that's gonna slowly, like whatever they decide to do. You know, you hear people say, you know, solutions like, you know, the WNBA need to separate from the NBA and become its own entity, or you know, whether just people, whether the investors is coming out, because I see more investors coming, being more interested. I should say that, being more interested now. That's why you see the expansion teams. People want to get together. You know, you've heard just over the past year, you heard names like Peyton Manning. You heard names like obviously Caitlin Clark and Taylor Swift. You know, you hear different names of people that want to, Dwayne Wade, the people that's trying to invest in getting teams. Eminem. So I feel like the investors is coming now. So that's why I said I think y'all all making good points. Nobody said nothing wrong, but I think we, you know, sometimes when you start talking about a business like the WNBA, we could get stuck on the things that they done wrong and talk about what they done wrong for forever. But you know, they have right now, the WNBA has momentum and is going in a direction of it could change a lot of these things. Where we talk about the salary for these women could change. Now, what it change into, we'll see. That has to be negotiated. But the salary these women could change. the investments for the WNBA, that all that could change, the visibility of the game, the viewership, all that could change, right? So again, I understand and I agree with everything y'all saying, but I'm also not a pessimistic guy. I like to look at the world from an optimistic point of view. So the good thing about everything everybody is saying is that is the past, and we coming out of that, right? Are we out of it completely now? No, right? We still it's still a work in progress. We still figuring it out. But the WNBA and women's basketball in general is going towards a better place. But it's up to us. This is like us to keep raising the level, right? Because there's still other things that need to be fixed, like it's a shame a lot of these girls that want to come out of college and follow their dreams can't find teams. So we got to continue to fix. Like, for instance, I said this during the season. One of the I forget the name of the show, but they had a show. They actually said my opinion on live on TV, and I was saying that the WNBA needs a G League, right? If you know anything about the men's G League, they still go to work too, right? They don't make millions of dollars like the people in the NBA do. But what it affords them though, and what it allows them is to play on a team with NBA coaching and NBA plays and play an NBA style, so that if you ever are called up to the NBA, you prepared now. Which we were just talking about earlier, Mika, right? Knowing the role, knowing how to stay on the team. The WNBA needs that for these girls who don't make it on a team, so that, you know, maybe it doesn't pay them, maybe it pays them like a regular job or whatever the case may be, but they are learning how to play for a WNBA team, so that if the opportunity gets called or more expansion teams come along and they need players, well, you got a whole bunch of players right here that didn't have to go overseas, didn't have to do this, didn't have to do that, and they able to, be picked from these teams to be added into the W. So that's an idea I had that'll help girls get on teams, get on rosters, right? You might not be playing for the Connecticut Sun, but you playing for the Connecticut Sun G League team, right? Or W, or whatever, whatever you want to call it, a different name than G League, whatever the case may be. But the point in everything I'm trying to say is, I think that women's the problems that we just mentioned, they're getting better. Maybe slowly, but they getting better. Something as simple as a viewership of the game. They have a TV deal now, so you don't have to miss games. I'm getting the league pass, right? I said that earlier in this broadcast, so I'm getting the league right now. It's free, so I'm not rushing.
Yeah.
I'm watching it for free, but as soon as it's not free, I'm gonna get the league pass. So.
Nah, man. The another thing that L been pushing that I agree with her 100%. They gotta get up out of the NBA shadow, because people keep talking about this TV deal. They don't have a TV deal. The WNBA does not have a TV deal. The NBA has a TV deal, and they decided, oh, here's some scraps. You could go play with that over in your corner.
Yo, give me $3 billion. I'll take $3 billion of scraps.
$3 billion out of how much? $3 billion out of how much?
$3 billion out of, I don't even remember what was the ultimate figure, but yeah, they had like $700 billion on the table.
Exactly. That's like somebody having $100 and be like, here go 3 cents.
But hold up. Let me not let you down real quick. If I only need 250 billion to live, I mean not 50 million. If I need $250 million to live, 250 million to live, and you give me $3, man, I got buku overhead now. Like, what more do you need? I know Cheryl Miller said that should have been like 7 billion, 8 billion. Cool, Gucci, right? I don't know what they was going to do with all that money, but if it only they say like their overhead yearly cost is about 250 million, right? Nah, man. Where the extra 8 billion going at? What y'all gonna do with that? Is y'all giving it to the players? podcast is y'all gonna break people off and start paying people with that. If that's the case, then cool. Hey, let people get their bread. But it don't seem like that will completely be the case. So where is that money going? All I want to know.
That money is gonna pull them out of debt. They're in debt.
Yeah, but then they pay it off. But then what happens to all the rest of that bread? Oh no, you can't. I think you missed me again. They pay off the debt, but then what happens to the rest of the bread if you're not breaking it off to the players? Where did that money go?
The players, and then you use it to promote the brand. You divide it up. Whoever amongst the teams who don't have a facility, build one. You build up the brand with the rest of it. But that bread that they gave them, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to do that. Maybe it'll be enough for like half the team. And then on top of it, they're expanding. There's gonna be in another 2 or 3 years, it's gonna be what is 13? It's gonna be like 16 teams,
right? And then let's say and then with 16 teams, now their annual operating cost goes to $350 million. Put another $100 million on top of it, right? But still, you've got this deal. They can renegotiate in 3 years. You need $300 million. Let's say round number $300 million to operate every year. Pay everybody you need to pay. Refs, all this, that, and the third, right? For 3 years. So then your cost still comes under $1 billion. Allegedly, still comes under $1 billion.
I was gonna say that's a low ball in it, man. Because you think all right. One of the things that really boosted up, stopped the WNBA from making profit this year was the charter flights. Mm-hmm. That shit is expensive, bro. Mm-hmm. That shit, and now it's gonna get even more expensive because one of the teams that they bring in is in another country. That do you think that's gonna be? You got teams flying from Connecticut to Cali. That's fully across country, bro. Like, bro, that charter shit that is not cheap, bro. That's not cheap.
But they said when they did the cost of it, when they did it this year, they said it cost them like $40 million or $50 million to do it, right?
Yeah, and that's only gonna go up.
Yeah, but then like you say, we not talking about doubling. We're not talking about doubling. Adding 3
probably
teams.
not like doubling it, but you saying like not like doubling it, but the 300 million you talking about, I feel like that's really lowballing it. Like
they said right now the joint is at like 240, right? Add 3, but when the point where they get to the 3 more teams, right? And I said like 350. Let's add another 100 million on top, just on the strength, right? I think that's a good ballpark. Another 100 million with 3 more teams in the mix, right? There's a way you could do it if you want to, like right now where it's at 12 teams or 13 teams, and divide that 240, divide 240 by 13 and see what's the operating cost. Then you can get that average of what the 3 more teams might cost. Cool, granted. So I just gave the rounded 100 million more, right? And the deal is about $3 billion, and they can renegotiate in 3 years. That's why I said, and it's still a ballpark number, but that's why I said
they can't renegotiate nothing.
They used about $1 billion. So where did the other $2 billion go? Where the other $2 billion?
Nothing. Why people keep talking like it's their deal? It's not their deal. They didn't negotiate nothing.
They said they have the right to renegotiate in 3 years. That's how they renegotiate the split.
With the NBA, they're gonna renegotiate with the NBA.
Well, basically, yeah, but they have like that was put out there for the forefront for the news outlets. In about 3 years, when the deal goes into effect, they have the right to renegotiate the split. How much they get. So
he's right about that. He's right about that, Momo 03. But listen,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They go renegotiate with who? The NBA, right? They're not negotiating with the.
So all right. So the way I'm
paying the money.
I'm a wrap because I've been waiting for y'all to wrap up this so I can wrap up the show. So, but I'm gonna end with this. Again, I could be wrong. You know, sometimes we get information the wrong way. The way I understood it was different, a little bit differently than what you saying, Mo3. I do know that it is an NBA deal. You're correct with that. But the portion that the WNBA is negotiating I forget how much they got, but that's their portion of it with the TV people, and they're able to negotiate that to get more or less, not necessarily from the NBA. The NBA has what the NBA has. The NBA is not splitting that with the WNBA. The portion that the WNBA has is the portion that was negotiated for the WNBA to have. And in a couple years, if the business builds, then they're able to negotiate for more and more. So basically what they did was they signed a deal for like 10 years, but like in 2 years or a year, they'll go back and renegotiate for a little bit more. That's how I understood it. I could have understood it wrong.
No. That is it. But my point is the people doing the negotiating is going to be the NBA. It's not going to be it's not, because it's the NBA's deal. So any change to the deal.
But I think two things could be true. I do think the NBA has the deal with these people, but I think the WNBA has a separate part of it. You get what I'm saying? I think that's where the confusion is at. Now I could be wrong on saying that. That's just how I understood it. I could be wrong on saying that. I don't think that from what you. So correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like this is what you saying, Mo3. It sounds like what you saying is the NBA has a deal, and the NBA cut in the WNBA a part of their deal and said, "You take this." That's what it sounds like you saying. I don't think
that is what I'm saying.
Right, that's what you saying. I don't think that's what happened, but I could have understood it wrong.
The WNBA did do negotiating, but who they negotiated with was the NBA.
No, right, and that's what I'm saying. That's where we disagree. And again, I keep prefacing this with I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right, but the way I understand it is the sponsors are the NBA sponsors, and the NBA sponsors, right, are negotiating with the WNBA separately. Is how I understood it. So it's the NBA's deal. NBA has their own deal, their own structure with these sponsors, but the WNBA is now allowed to talk to these sponsors now because of the growth. Now they see growth, so now they talking to those sponsors, and they brokered their own deal for about a piece. Not even a piece with the NBA. You get what I'm saying? It's not. It's not even.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
I think we're talking about two different things, because I'm talking about the TV deal.
That's what I'm talking about, the TV deal.
That sponsor stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's the case with the sponsor stuff.
I used the wrong word. I'm talking about the TV deal. We talking about the same thing.
Well, as the way I understood the TV deal is that's the WNBA made a deal with them. I mean, not the WNBA, the NBA made a deal.
It's NBA's deal. We got it.
They cut.
We understand.
That's been the case.
I could be wrong. You want to know what? I probably got it wrong. I'm trying not to argue. I was just trying to make everybody understand, because we 4 hours and 15 minutes in, so I'm trying to get to the. So we gotta give your last thoughts, Mo3, so I can go to sleep. I gotta get up and work in the morning. You guys want to keep arguing in the circles?
Nah. I just
we just understand it differently. I understand it one way. You understand it a different way.
NBA.
We got it.
You know what I'm saying? It's a subsidiary.
We got it. Listen, hey, shout out to everybody who hit the panel today. Shout out to everybody who sent me super chat. Reese, De Jesus. Paige Baham, sorry if I butchered your name. Real Money, Brian Allen Hines, KL Jones Media, and Gur Fang. Shout out to all you guys for sending me super chats. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody who liked the channel. If you ain't like it yet, please send a like to the channel. If you ain't subscribed to the channel yet, please subscribe. I want to thank everybody who came on my panel: Wody Mac, Mikachu, Mo3, Coach, Real Money, J Spot, Brogad, and anybody I might have missed. KL. Shout out to everybody who graced the panel. Shout out to the conversations that people was having in the chat. I saw you. And shout out to everybody that was viewing. We had a lot of viewers today. You know, sometimes the viewers don't chime in; they just want to watch. So shout out to you guys. Listen, y'all was having a great conversation. I'm sorry to cut it short, but we can't do this for like. I mean, y'all want to sit up here 7 hours? I don't know what to tell you. I gotta go to bed at some point. You get what I'm saying? So great conversation. we're gonna definitely pick this up and if we'll get deep into this conversation. Everybody do research before the next show. I'm not gonna do it because I really don't care about being right or wrong in this conversation. But you guys go do some research. This way we could bring this conversation back to the people. And you know Mo 3, so he could be like, "I told you so." You get what I'm saying? Anybody got any last words y'all want to say before we get about
absolutely. Matter of fact, absolutely, I do. May make sense, but for those that are watching the NBA playoffs, I like to say cowhide, formaldehyde, Lower East Side, Knicks in 5.
They lost tonight, right?
They won. Stop it, 5.
They ended up winning because when I cut it off, they was losing. Now, shout out to the Knicks for coming back because the way they was getting beat in this game. Shout out to the Knicks for getting that dub. I'm happy about that because I cut it off to start this stream. I think I watched up to like the third quarter, so going into the fourth quarter, and it wasn't looking good for the Knicks. The Knicks had owned the third quarter, but then I think the Celtics ended the third quarter hitting the 3. My man Jason Tatum hit a little pass over to Al Horford, and I was like, this might be over. So if you're not lying and they won tonight, that's a big win, especially in Boston. This might be the next year. So shout out to the Knicks.
They beat Boston, Knicks in 5. Yeah, it's next year.
Shout out to that. Any last words, Mo 3, make it true?
No.
Mo 3. I guess Mo 3, either he on mute, he walked away from his computer or something. But listen, I'm gonna say, once again, I appreciate everybody who came through and rock with the kid tonight. You know, I try to put together some interesting, solid shows for you guys. I felt good about this one because this was an impromptu show. Danielle Williams. This was an impromptu show. We didn't really talk about what I had in mind. We talked about other things, but it was like natural conversation. And then we got into what I got in mind. So I thought that was dope. I thought that was fire. Everybody had some good things to say. So like Jean Gray says, night, everybody. I hope everybody have a blessed night. And till next time, mahalo.